So, weiter geht's mit Genshin. Und wir sehen, Luna 4, 6.3 ist gedroppt. Ich habe Columbina. Und es ist mittlerweile 0 Uhr. Der Patch ist seit 21 Stunden oder so. Ja, okay, 20,5 Stunden online. Und ich will nicht mehr Zeit verschwenden heute Abend. Deswegen würde ich sagen, gehe ich jetzt direkt zur Archon Quest. Ich gehe jetzt auch nicht über Columbinas Bild, Talents und so weiter drüber. Wobei doch ganz kurz, ganz schnell. Level 80, 80. Sie trägt gerade Neffas Waffe, weil ich sie erstmal zum World erkunden nutzen möchte. Deswegen trägt sie auch das Crit-Set. Sie ist C0, ihre Talente sind maximiert, weil für alles andere fehlen mir die Materials vom Weekly Boss, der neu ist. Und ja, das Team hier ist übergangsweise. Chilonen habe ich nur genommen, damit ich mit ihr schnell durch die Gegend komme. Aber ich habe gemerkt, Chilonen bringt dem Team relativ wenig, weil ich komme nicht dazu, auch nur ansatzweise zu dingsen. Hydro zu shredden. Was ein bisschen blöd ist, aber naja. Alternativen dafür wären Cookie für Hyperbloom, das fand ich aber auch nicht allzu geil. Theoretisch könnte ich Beiju nehmen, dann würde ich aber Zhongli wegpacken müssen, damit das sinnvoll ist. Ich meine, in der reinen Theorie, was ist, wenn ich Zhongli wirklich wegpacke? Ja, aber ich mag den Riesenschild. Gerade beim Erkunden ist es ganz geil. Können immer noch als Healer mit dazu nehmen. Denn Burst kann ja trotzdem buffen. Die Additive ist halt Nahida. Aber die gibt halt mit ihrem Burst auch nur EM. Ansonsten bringt die auch nicht wirklich viel. Und sie skaliert 0 von EM. Und Hydro-Optionen wären theoretisch Cook-Me fürs Healing. Ja, okay, könnte noch Mona nehmen. Mona und Albedo wäre noch eine Option. Aber, nee. Nee. Schon macht wenig Sinn. Candice macht wenig Sinn. Ich glaube, ja, Aino hatte ich erst drin, aber Aino irgendwie bin ich meinen Reactions nicht ganz sicher, wie das am besten kommt. Und sie bufft auch aktuell nur EM, was auch nicht so gut ist. Ich glaube, ich packe einfach aus Prinzip jetzt Beiju noch ins Team. Einfach nur, weil ich kann. Dann habe ich zwar absolut gar keine Erkundungspassives, aber ich bin immer so frei und spoilere. Wobei, es ist kein Spoiler. Wenn ich die Karte jetzt aufrufe, dann sieht man sie eh schon. Ich habe die Karte hier aufgedeckt, hier oben, diesen komischen Glurak-Kopf oder so. Sieht aus wie ein Glurak irgendwie. Wenn man so mal hier so guckt, Gluraks Rumpf, Hals, Schnauze hier oben. Naja. Die Map ist sehr klein. Warum das hier so ekelhaft abgeschnitten ist, weiß ich auch nicht. Vielleicht, weil es da hinterher noch Richtung Snaya geht oder so. Kann ich mir gut vorstellen. So wie in Fontaine der Berg hier so halb abgeschnitten ist. Ich meine, von Snaya muss ja irgendwie hier so sein, aber naja. Ich bin quasi einmal querfeld eingerannt, habe ein paar Blumen gesammelt für Columbina zum Upgraden. Ein paar Luna-Kulus-Dinger mitgenommen. Und leider hier eine Quest getriggert und hier so ein Meeting-Spot getriggert, so ein bisschen. Hier soll ich einfach nur mit die Luga reden und hier soll ich irgendwie eine Art Tower erklimmen oder so. Ich habe keine Ahnung. Das ist eine Blume oder ein Baum. Whatever. Mache ich dann am Wochenende. Und ja, ich habe leider bei der Archon Quest gerade ein bisschen verkackt. Denn ich habe nicht darauf geachtet, dass ich die Uhrzeit vorstelle. Dementsprechend hat Paimon gesagt, war nicht was Wichtiges, wir sollten zum Kuratorium gehen. Das hört man dann auch in den übernächsten Aufnahmen oder so, ich habe keine Ahnung. Ich weiß noch nicht, wie ich das Ganze zusammenschneide. Kann ich eigentlich mich einfach hier oben hinporten? Ohne was zu triggern? Ja, kann ich. Ja, nee, also ich will jetzt eigentlich nur mit der Archon Quest anfangen. Ich habe mir auch mein Abendessen vor mich hingestellt. 70 Gramm Käse oder 74 Gramm Käse, eine Scheibe Toast, Weißbrot und ein Wrap. Und das werde ich gleich, während die alle reden und ich hoffentlich nicht reden muss, denn mir tut mein Hals weh und der kratzt und alles drum und dran. Solange halt die reden, werde ich noch nebenbei Abendessen. Und ja, das ist so aktuell der Stand. Ansonsten, ich kann es nochmal ganz kurz erwähnen, das habe ich auch vorhin schon erwähnt, in dem Video, was später kommt, fairerweise. Ich habe die Mechanik relativ gern diesmal benutzt, denn die Teile mit HP waren quasi ungebraucht von allen anderen. Wieso habe ich hier schon wieder die Items nicht gemarkert? Muss ich noch machen. Hier habe ich es gemacht. Ja, das ist ihr Support Default Set, das ist ihr Ich erkunde die Welt mit ihr Set. Einfach nur, weil ich kann. Und ansonsten waffentechnisch, jetzt gerade hat sie die Waffe, die macht am meisten Damage. Eigentlich wollte ich ihr die geben, aber Crit Damage hat gewonnen. Bei 92 Crit Rate kann man das auch gut machen. Scheiß auf die AP-Scaling-Sache. Ansonsten Support-Waffe Prototype Amber erstmal. Ist mit das Optimum, würde ich behaupten. Favonius kann man noch nehmen, theoretisch. Bei der Crit-Rate, die sie hat, ist das auch gar nicht mal so schlecht. Und ich habe überlegt, ob ich ihr die Waffe noch theoretisch geben könnte. Achso, stimmt, wenn ich jetzt, warte mal. Wenn ich jetzt Beiju mit ins Team nehme. Ja gut, das gibt ihm halt sau viel HP und Energy Recharge. Ich würde sagen, solange ich jetzt Beiju mit im Oberwelt-Team habe, kann ich ihm Prototype Amber sogar geben. Ansonsten kriegt halt das Ding wieder. Also nicht mehr so schlecht gewesen, dass ich das Ding halt auf dem einen Weapon Banner R5 habe. Na gut, egal. Ich bin schon wieder 5 Minuten am Labern, ohne irgendwas zu machen. Das ist Stand der Dinge. Jetzt die Archon Quest. Ich denke mal, wenn ich Glück habe, bin ich damit bis Freitagabend durch. Oder Freitagabend spätestens. Morgen Abend gehe ich nochmal schwimmen. Freitag wollte ich mir eigentlich Urlaub nehmen, werde ich wahrscheinlich aber nur einen halben Tag machen. Und zwar den Anfang des Tages oder so, ich habe keine Ahnung. Oder vielleicht einen Abend. Vielleicht nehme ich mir einen Abend einfach, aber es ist halt blöd, weil abends kann ich halt eh nicht aufnehmen, deswegen ist das halt verschwendet eigentlich. Muss ich mal gucken. Ja. Gut. Abendessen nebenbei, ich habe Trinken hier stehen. Ich habe gerade eine Stunde aufgenommen, wie ich rumgerannt bin. Teilweise auf dem Smurf-Account. Ich habe genug Materials, um sie auf Level 90 zu bringen. Das war gelogen. 30 bekomme ich über die Quest noch. 9 Stück werde ich noch so beim Erkunden finden dann, spätestens am Wochenende. 6 Stück bekomme ich über die Quest und den Rest werde ich dann halt noch so farmen können. Und sie braucht Slime, was sehr interessant ist. Und sie kommt auf 52 Base Crit Rate gerade. Minus 8 von der Waffe sind 56. 44. Kann kein Mathe mehr. 44. Dazu kommen 15% dann über ihre Passive. Sind 59. Und dann habe ich mich anscheinend verrechnet bei dem Set. Moment. Wenn sie auf 52 Crit Rate Base... Also ist das schon ihre Base Crit Rate ohne die Waffe? Oh, das muss ihre... Warte. Das muss ich noch nachgucken. Nee, die wird schon mit reingezählt. Aber... Sie gibt mir die Waffe... Gibt doch nur 8 Crit Rate, oder nicht? Ach so. Warte mal. Nee. Both Effects 12%. Ach, die Crit Rate wird auch nochmal für... Oh, Moment. Eigentlich dürfte ich nur 8% dazu bekommen. Jetzt hab ich auch wieder... Wo kam die 12 Crit Rate gerade her? Und wenn ich mach mal so, einfach den Skill nur aus Prinzip. Achso, ja, weil ich die falsche Waffe trage. Okay. Sagen wir mal 40. Eigentlich dürfte ich jetzt ja nur 48 haben. Habe ich auch nur. So. Warte mal, ein Charge Attack sollte das triggern. Habe ich jetzt 52? Nee. Was habe ich denn da gerade gelesen? Wo kam die 4% Crit Rate her? Ist aber auch egal. Ach so. Ja. Die 4% kamen vom Upgraden quasi noch. Ja. Okay, gut. Das heißt, 44 Base Crit Rate plus 15% über die Passive sind 59, also knapp 60 hat sie dann schon. Und wenn ich mich nicht irre, müsste sie doch eigentlich... Wo war das? Über das andere Artefakt-Set. Wenn ich jetzt nochmal... ja, wie mache ich das jetzt? Check. Nein. Equip auch nicht. Also jetzt sehe ich es auch wieder. Ja, mit dem Set habe ich sowieso nochmal 9% mehr. Also komme ich auf 68 Crit Rate ungefähr. Über 65 wollte ich haben, das ist okay. Als Sub-DPS, Support, Buffer, whatever. Dann habe ich das doch richtig im Kopf. Gut. Jetzt habe ich 10 Minuten gelabert als Einleitung zur Archon Quest und zu dem, was ich vorhin aufgenommen habe. Sollte passen. Trauma passt auch. Beige passt auch. Oh, stimmt. Ich könnte theoretisch den Dendro Traveler ins Team packen. Oder den Hydro Traveler. Okay, der Hydro Traveler ist Bullshit, aber Dendro Traveler könnte ich sogar noch ins Team nehmen. Statt Beiju. Ist halt nur ein Downgrade, aber die Story könnte ich es vielleicht machen sogar. Scheiß drauf. Ich werde den Traveler eh spielen müssen, wenn er wichtig ist in der Story. Von daher, den brauche ich nicht in meinem Rumrennen-Team jetzt haben. Gut. Dann würde ich sagen, ich gehe nach unten, weil ich glaube nämlich, wenn ich das richtig... Was zum Fick-Spiel? Ach ja, sie hat eine Pest auf alle 100 Sekunden. An Krai kann man einmal einen Teammate, der stirbt, wiederbeleben. Das wollte ich natürlich zeigen mit diesen Interaktionen hier. Außerdem hat Beige den Vorteil, wenn ich einen Healer dabei habe, muss ich nicht ganz so viel fressen nebenbei. Jetzt bin ich aber volle Kanne daneben gesprungen, weil das irgendwie voll verglitscht war. Bullshit. Egal. Ich wollte sagen, mein Toast ist schon kalt geworden und mein Wrap hat noch ein ganz bisschen Restwärme. Naja. Whatever. Das schon. Und jetzt habe ich das natürlich alles hier im Weg liegen, wo ich eigentlich meinen Controller halte. Oh Mann. Ich plane übrigens bis maximal 3:30 aufzunehmen. Also allerhöchstens. Das sind jetzt noch 3 Stunden 15. Ich hoffe, ich bin eher mit der Quest durch. Ich muss mich halt auch fokussieren. Es sind übrigens 2 Quests, aber ich hoffe, die erste Quest schaffe ich an sich und ich hoffe, die erste Quest ist auch die mit dem Weekly Boss. Unwahrscheinlich aber. Enter second floor of Kuratorium of Secrets. Kuratorium. Stimmt, ich habe die Kiste auch nicht mehr gelootet bisher. Egal. Film ab. Achso, die sind alle noch Depri. Es ist ein bisschen leise, Paimon. Ich habe extra schon lauter gemacht eigentlich. Ich mach mal 28%. Wird jetzt ja nicht so viel gekämpft werden, hoffentlich erstmal.
Yep, all ready. How about you two? Green and good to go?
Paimon's ready.
Wie jetzt? Wo gehen wir denn hin? Ich wollte essen. Leute? I'm ready too. Okay, can we go over the agenda again?
Haha, feeling nervous? Don't blame you. We're all a little out of our depth with this one. Okay, so, some time ago, Columbina was ambushed by the Doctor. It all happened pretty fast, and the last thing you saw was her vanishing into the moon's reflection.
Yes, though at the time, all that the rest of us saw was the Doctor using some kind of power. The next moment, Columbina had disappeared, and you were falling into the sea.
We have to get Columbina back. And whatever the Doctor's plan is in seizing the Three Moons Authority, we have to stop him before he succeeds.
The Frost Moon Scions consider it our duty to rescue the Moon Goddess. I wasn't expecting so many others to come to our aid. So I want you to know that you have our utmost gratitude.
Great. Well, first things first.
Wait.
Someone's here. We heard your footsteps. Although...
You've been here for a while now. I take it you followed the Traveler, but I don't sense any ill intent in you.
Come on.
Who the fuck is this?
I figured it wouldn't take you long to notice me. I come bearing news from my lady, the Knave.
Dottore went through the motions of returning to Snezhnaya, but it was obviously a facade. However, he has not returned to the Kuvaki Experimental Design Bureau, nor has he made an appearance in Nasha Town.
Well, in that case, he'll be in his lab way up north. I always wondered why he applied for his own private pad. He was planning this all along.
Tell them that Sandrone and I will go on ahead. If they still intend to pursue this matter, they should meet us at the research center in the northern tip of Krai.
Nice of Columbina's 2 best friends to think of us. We appreciate the heads up. Our sincere thanks to the Fatui for your aid.
Lady Damselette may have left our organization, but at least some of her colleagues remain genuinely concerned for her well-being. Not to mention that the Doctor's increasingly cryptic conduct gives us great cause for alarm. We have crossed swords many times before, but it's not personal. We're just on different sides. We don't lack humanity. And so, as fellow friends of Lady Damselette, it's only right that you should be in the know about this.
Arlecchino's situational awareness has saved us a lot of trouble.
I'll leave the map here with you. If you do decide to head to the research center, please proceed with caution. And remember, at least while you're in Krai, Lady Arlecchino's subordinates are your comrades if you want them to be.
This is very accommodating of you. We can't thank you enough.
Just doing my duty. I shall take my leave now. If you need us, you'll find us at the Experimental Design Bureau.
Uh-huh. Okay.
So, the doctors left the Experimental Design Bureau and headed to some research center up north.
Marionette seems to think he's been planning this for a long time. But when did it start? Before he even arrived in Krai?
It seems his loyalty to the Tsaritsa is lip service at most. Behind the scenes, he may even be working against her.
Whatever his motives, we know that he's decisive and incredibly ruthless. Facing him unprepared would be a recipe for disaster.
At this stage, it's difficult to predict his next steps. I suggest we split into 2 groups. We need some people to stay behind and guard Nasha Town.
Well, as much as I'd love to help, infiltrating research labs isn't really my area of expertise. But at least take Cool Your Jet's Ducky with you. It should be some help during the battle.
And as for Miss Inefa, I suppose you will stay to protect Miss Aino?
Detecting operational logic. Protect Aino. Priority. High.
Just in case, Servarka, I think it would be best if you stayed behind as well. You can leave the research center to us.
I mean, I would have said the Knight of Berea should probably be out on the front line, but okay, fine. Leave Nasha Town to me. Be careful out there, okay? If things get out of hand, fall back right away.
Yehoda will be on hand to assist you. In my absence, she can handle any intel gathering work.
You got it, boss. You guys make sure to get back here in one piece, all right?
We will.
Things are moving fast. We'd better head off soon if we hope to keep pace.
This is going to be a very dangerous mission. Paimon, you should stay behind too. Help everyone here.
So, it's infiltrate a secret research facility, or... Yeah, alright. Paimon will help out here instead. Sounds like it's gonna be a pretty intense fight.
Ich finde schön, wie oft wir mittlerweile Paimon zurücklassen. Natlan-Krieg? Komm mit. Und hier? Bleib mal lieber hier. Wir gehen uns jetzt mit Totoro anlegen. Aber okay.
We all have to bring our A game here. So, anything you need to wrap up before we leave?
Da fällt mir ein, ist Riri nicht auch in dieser Monddimension, wo Columbina sich selber rein katapultiert hat? Ah. Note, while the Arkham Quest is in a special phase, certain systems and functions will be unavailable. To ensure you have the best experience, it is recommended to your experience. The next part was sorry when you have ample time to complete it. Ja. Nope, I'm good to go.
Then you'd better get going.
Abgesehen von ihrem Element, aber im Worst Case hat sie jetzt Pyro und macht Burgeons, von daher auch okay.
Very well.
Warum lassen wir Waka zurück? Ich meine gut, der ist vielleicht nicht gut beim Infiltrieren, aber trotzdem.
All these broken machines on the ground. Someone got here before us. Could it be Arlecchino and Sandrone?
Wahrscheinlich beide, aber ich finde schön, dass ich jetzt automatisch hierhin geportet werde, wo ich vorhin schon Blumen gesammelt habe. Ah. Interessant. Naja, sie jetzt mit Columbina hier rumrennen, ist so ein bisschen out of Story eigentlich, aber egal. Ah. Ist das direkt eine Domäne oder ist das ein richtiger Untergrundlevel? Es wird eine Domäne sein, oder? Es ist eine Domäne. Enter Facility. Oh Gott, was ist, wenn Totoro und Riri einen auf Partner machen? Okay, die Map ist zwar klein, aber es gibt halt in der Quest jetzt hier relativ viel Dungeon-Gedöns wieder. Aber das ist ja nicht das gleiche. Sind die tot und waren die... Ach. So viel zum Thema, ich baue mein eigenes Team fürs Erkunden und Co. Jetzt habe ich ein gestelltes Team. Und wieso habe ich die Rotz... Warum forcen die einen immer wieder zu dieser Rotz-Hydro-Stance? Das Kit ist das Schlechteste, das Dümmste überhaupt. Und sie forcen einen immer wieder. Ist das wenigstens ein Trial-Character oder ist das mein eigener? Das ist ein Trial-Character, okay. Warum Physical Damage Bonus? Warum das Set? Es macht null Sinn. Dann gib mir doch lieber meinen. Der hat zumindest irgendwas, was bringt. Und Hauptsache ich gehe gefühlt mit Full DPS rein. Ja. Ich glaube, die sind wirklich tot, weil die atmen auch nicht mehr. Ich meine, Fatui greift mit Fatui an in gewisser Weise. Wobei sie sagte ja, sie geht als Piroer rein. Oder Piroeri, ich habe keinen, wie man ihren Namen ausspricht. Der französische Name von ihr halt. Aber, ja. Interessant. Hätte ich jetzt nicht erwartet. Ich meine, gut, so muss ich nicht kämpfen. Ich wollte aber eigentlich weiter essen.
That's quite a welcome party.
Oh, hi. Ja.
Forest, protect.
Nein.
Waterjet, bombs away!
Can't hide the
Ich werde
truth.
Flints erstmal umgehen, weil ich keine Ahnung habe, wie man Flints vernünftig spielt. Flints ist einfach da, um da zu sein. Ich will das festhalten. Wenn ich da einfach... Nö. An die komme ich nicht ran. Was macht da ran? Vielleicht so? Oh, ach so. Interessant. Ach so. Ja, so wollen... so machen sie jetzt den Hydro Traveler dann doch halbwegs gut, indem sie einfach ihr Ainos Spielzeug mitgeben. Aber wie trigger ich das? Egal. Ja, okay, gut. Einfach den Skill gedrückt halten oder so, ich habe keine Ahnung. War das gerade auch schon? Beim letzten Kampf? Vielleicht.
Close your eyes.
Na gut. So. Aber kann sie die nicht einsammeln? Die Bälle? Nee. Offenbar nicht.
Get back! I said get back! Do you hear me?
Oh, Biceps?
Why isn't it working? No! Don't come any closer! Don't!
Okay. Warum sind hier Biceps? Was machen die hier? Die sind echt alle tot. Natürlich ohne Blut und so weiter. Innere Blutung, aber trotzdem. Interessant. Können wir bitte dem Hydro Traveler immer ein Werkzeug mitgeben und schon ist sie nicht mehr so schlecht. Hi.
Waterjet, wipe out!
For the everlasting forest.
Can't hide the truth.
Du hast dich da so ein bisschen
You
verhangen.
poor souls. May your spirits find peace.
Grab that key on the ground. We'll probably need it at some point.
Welcher Key? Ich sehe keinen Key. Und warum leckt die PS5-Version eigentlich so übelst mittlerweile? Ist mir vorhin schon wieder aufgefallen. Beim Rumrennen. Nicht nur bei Skills, sondern teilweise auch einfach so. Ich meine, V-Sync, ja, in gewisser Weise, aber trotzdem. Habe ich auch, dass auf der PS5 Pro besser wäre. Nicht, dass ich mir jetzt eine Pro kaufe, um Himmels Willen. Dafür spiele ich zu wenig auf der Konsole und das lohnt sich auch absolut nicht. Aber, naja. Wo kam der Key jetzt her? Egal.
Watch out. Ugh, there's no way through. Let's go around.
Okay, interessant. Was zum Teufel, was hat er hier gemacht, bitteschön, mit seinen Männern, Frauen und seinen Leuten allgemein? Will ich das überhaupt wissen? Ich meine, gut, er hat ja sowieso an den ganzen verwahrlosten Kindern und Co. experimentiert, soweit ich weiß. Die vom hier House of the Half und so weiter, vom vorherigen Knave. Aber okay. Yo! Wie haben sie die Explosionen jetzt random hier? Das ist mir zu viel Gameplay, die sollen mehr reden, ich will meinen scheiß Käse weiter essen.
What the? Trespassers? Here? What's wrong with you people?
We're looking for the doctor, and we understand he might be here. I see you're fleeing the facility.
You looking to settle a score with a doctor? Good luck with that. I don't think you have many chances left.
Perhaps. But you might have a chance to live if you start talking.
Oh mein Gott, Schweißperlen.
2 other harbingers had the same idea as you. They're already inside. But what good is it gonna do? The doctor wouldn't do something like this unprepared.
Seems to me that you're not too thrilled about being his subordinate. Also, is it just me, or do I sense monsters nearby? If you'd prefer their company to ours, that can easily be arranged.
We need to know what the doctor is up to. Please, if you know anything at all, tell me. This is about more than us versus the doctor. His actions could have consequences for all of Krai. And perhaps even your homeland, Snezhnaya.
He's building something. Ambitious doesn't even begin to describe it. Feels like this could be the big one. God knows how long he's been planning it. A while back, he told us he'd be returning to Snezhnaya. We weren't expecting him back so soon. This time he brought some gemstones with him, or something. 2 of them.
The moon marrow spheres. He stole them from their rightful owner, Columbina.
Oh, Lady Damselette? Last I heard, she left the Fatui. Before she went, she told us she'd finished what Her Majesty asked of her, and wished to focus on some personal matters. I remember thinking that leaving us might not be the best choice. I mean, I always looked up to the captain the most, and...
Well, was Capitano angeht, klären wir ihn auf.
Back when this all started, the higher-ups dispatched 3 units to Krai to execute their plan. They were led by the Doctor, Marionette, and the Damselette, respectively. I was a part of the Damselette's unit to begin with. She never really interacted with us much. In fact, she seemed sort of detached from everything. Not because she was distracted, just felt like she was indifferent to the world around her. Like she had no stake in anything that happened. She always seemed like she was staring off into the distance. Almost as if she didn't see anything worth living for in the present, so she had to look further afield. That's right. She always used to stare up at the sky. The Doctor used to stand nearby and watch her. Apparently they got along well at first, but somewhere along the way, she grew wary of him. Started avoiding him as much as possible. After she left, everyone in our unit merged with the Doctor's. He's similarly indifferent to the world, except when it comes to the moons. He seems to have big plans for them. Right now, obtaining the 3 moons is his #1 priority. He even said, if he can only get his hands on 2 of them, he'll create a 3rd one himself.
How would he create an artificial moon marrow? Maybe the knowledge he gained from the Hyperborean phantoms has something to do with it.
Thank you for cooperating. We appreciate the level of detail.
I get the sense that you'd serve under Columbina again if you had the chance. Would that be fair?
No, she's no longer a Harbinger. As a member of the Fatui, my loyalty will always belong to the Tsaritsa. I'm only telling you all this because I don't completely trust the Doctor. His actions do not align with the goals that first brought us to Krai.
I understand. We'll do everything within our power to stop him. The Knaves unit is based at the Kuvaki Experimental Design Bureau. Maybe you can seek refuge with them.
Well, now we know what's going on here. Artificial moon marrow. He's likely well on the way to completing it. Dottore's technological capabilities are far more advanced than I thought.
I fear this could get ugly. Everyone, prepare yourselves.
Uncool, ich bin kein Essen. Das ist weiter. Gut. Brot in die Backentasche und mit vollem Mund weiterreden. Und hoffen, dass gleich die nächste Stelle kommt, wo man kämpfen, reden kann.
Be silent.
Ich meine, das ist so eine simple kleine Quality of Life Sache. Den Skill nutzen, Off-Field Type Replication. Warum hat man ihr nicht einfach den Skill gegeben? Oh Mann. Weil das Healing ist echt jämmerlich, aber okay. Oh hi, du bist neu. Ich kenne dich nicht.
Leave this place.
Beware the creatures of the night. Close your eyes.
Ich habe keine Ahnung, wie deine Skills funktionieren.
Be silent.
Macht dein E-Skill oder dein Burst Damage? Ich habe echt keine Ahnung, wie du funktionierst. Ich hab's mal gewusst, aber da ich dich nicht besitze, achte ich da auch nicht drauf, wie du funktionierst. Hauptsache man kriegt jeden mit seiner Signature-Waffe auch zur Seite gestellt. Wobei, fairerweise, ich muss sagen, das haben sie ja seit Natlan, glaube ich, gemacht, weitestgehend. Eventuell auch so ein bisschen vorher zu Fontaine-Zeiten, wobei nicht ganz so sehr, aber seit Natlan kümmern sie zumindest darum, dass die Story-Quests halbwegs geil zu spielen sind, indem man halt die teilnehmenden Charaktere auch als Team bekommt. Klar, man kann sie nicht in den Endgame-Modi nutzen, man kann sie nicht zum Erkunden benutzen, aber da, wo es drauf ankommt, in den Quests, wo sie halt wirklich anwesend sind, dass man sie gestellt bekommt, das ist so eine große Quality-of-Life-Sache. Das war zuletzt quasi eigentlich nur im Prolog der Fall, weil man da ja die Charaktere, die da vorkommen, hauptsächlich alle bekommt. Also Lisa und Co. Also Kaya, Amber und so weiter. Ich frage mich ja, also sie werden es wahrscheinlich nicht machen, aber das hätte man theoretisch ja auch noch im Dingens machen können. In den ganzen anderen Quests im Nachhinein. Überall, wo man halt ein Team nutzen muss oder ein Team gestellt bekommt, müsste man einfach nur das nachpatchen. Es wird halt das reine Feeling deutlich verbessern. Aber gut. Er hat auch gerade so leicht weiße Haare, wie ich merke. Eigentlich müsste er auch noch auf meiner Liste sein, aber ich scheiße kein Geld. Ich meine, ich könnte locker Geld rein investieren. Aber das ist einfach nicht wert, nur damit ich einen weißhaarigen Charakter nehmen kann, nur weil ich Bock drauf habe. Von daher, passt schon. Wie lange ist eigentlich dieser Pseudo-Laboratoriums-Dungeon? Okay, ich glaube, ich bin gerade am Ende angekommen. Da sieht eine Arena aus. Oh, fuck. Wo sind die anderen beiden?
Welcome, one and all. I've been expecting you. I hope my humble research facility is to your liking.
Yeah, we really appreciated fighting our way in through a horde of monsters.
The gall. You expect us to believe you've just been patiently waiting for us?
Of course I have. Should I be worried about something? Everything seems to be going quite smoothly so far, and you've shown up right on schedule. First Sandrone and Arlecchino, now you. Ah, quite a surfeit of guests I've had today. If you were looking for them, I should probably mention that Arlecchino disappeared as soon as she entered the facility. As for Sandrone, why, she stood right here only moments ago demanding answers from me at the top of her voice. Hardly out of character. She never was one for basic courtesy. But I have to admit, I was a little surprised to see her showing concern for someone besides herself. Does everyone you associate with undergo such a change in temperament? Speaking as a researcher, I have to say, it is not a change for the better. It threatens one's ability to remain objective.
Wo ist Gara? Will Gara mich auch eine reinschlagen? Where is Sandrone?
Well, since you ask...
So you've got your hands on the moon marrow, and now you're claiming godhood. Don't you think that's a bit of a stretch, Dottore?
I must protest what you are insinuating with that phrase, claiming godhood. I am not claiming anything. I am stating a fact. You're a researcher. I'm sure you appreciate the distinction between the two.
Huh? Wait, you really think you're all that? You'll excuse me if I'm not being a polite little lady for you. We're colleagues. We both know what kind of person you are.
By the same token, I knew you'd respond along those lines. You and I both understand that facts speak louder than words. To that end, I've had my people send you a small gift. It should go some way toward helping you understand my present position.
What gift? Where have all your troops gone?
Who knows? Perhaps they are already marching toward a new world, following in the footsteps of an unknown god. As vulgar and arrogant as you may be, dear Sandrone, I have no intention of taking out my displeasure on your subordinates. They will enjoy equal rights to my own.
You sent your people to the Experimental Design Bureau? That's a Tsaritsa's property.
Yes, and I am very mindful of Her Majesty's instructions. But you know full well that they do not conflict with my present goals. In which case, all I'm doing is conducting another one of my experiments. Is there a problem with that? Now then, you have a judgment call to make. Am I simply lying to stall you? Or is it possible that every word I am saying is the truth? In which case, your subordinates really are in danger.
So now you've turned on fellow Fatui soldiers. You're completely insane.
I have set a new rule for myself. Each person gets one chance. Naturally, that includes you, Sandrone. If you wish to leave, I won't stop you. We are colleagues, after all.
Scumbag!
Still, I hadn't counted on Sandrone sparing any thought for the people of this world. Shame. I always found her self-centeredness to be one of her few better qualities. How can she ever hope to achieve greatness when she's so obsessed with protecting her little design bureau?
It's more than a little disingenuous to speak of achieving greatness while taking hostages. Or does honor no longer mean anything to you?
Honor? I have the marrow of 2 moons in my possession and will soon complete the construction of a 3rd. I will be the god of a new world. And you speak to me of honor? How charmingly naive.
Those are sacred relics. You do not deserve them.
In my view, many in this world do not deserve to be alive. And yet, I mercifully permit them to go on living, do I not?
You'll come to regret your actions.
Will I now? Let's see if you can make me.
Das ist nicht der Weekly-Boss, oder? Second of the... Ja. Okay.
With one heart, we pray.
Observe. Close your eyes. Do you fear the dark?
Soll ich das so machen? Ich habe keine Ahnung.
Night falls. Be silent.
Ich hab... Der nimmt keinen Schaden. Du nimmst ja keinen Schaden. Okay, er nimmt sich Tentakelarme.
Can't hide the truth.
Könntest du bitte keine Tentakelarme nutzen?
Forest, protect them.
Close your eyes.
Ortet ihr was sich?
Arlecchino.
Thanks for the assistance.
Oh.
Arlecchino? They see you as an ally? What a farce. You're clearly here to destroy my research, not me.
I'd say your research is more valuable than your life. Am I wrong?
Okay.
Transfixed.
Be silent. Observe.
Mach's einfach mal irgendwie.
Night falls.
Wieso ist das jetzt alles gedreht?
Forest.
Ja. Okay. Die nehmen einfach kaum Schaden. Okay.
Leave this place. By the frost
Ey. Was steht hier ab? Hör auf mich zu porten, Motherfucker.
You poor can't hide the truth. Let's see what you're made of.
Wieso ist es so tanky?
Let's see what you're made of.
Interesting.
No more lies.
Overruled.
Moment.
branch into song. With one heart, we...
Ich glaube, sie ist gleich tot. Oh, scheiße. Oh, er geht Apeshit-Modus. Ich kann den Kampf gewinnen wahrscheinlich, oder?
Dottore is too powerful with the artificial moon marrow in his arsenal. Fighting him is futile. Quickly.
Ach, ist ja voll live. Quickly was?
Let's go.
I've always thought it is wiser to flee than surrender.
Watch out!
What the? Forget about me! You should...
Where's the Traveler?
Okay. Interessant. Saving. Oh! Da steht sogar wirklich ein Saving-Symbol, das man quasi pausieren kann. Das ist neu, oder? Nasha-Town? Paimon?
What just happened? Nasha Town? How did I get here? Strange. I remember being trapped by Dottore during the battle, and now, all of a sudden, I'm here.
Oh mein Gott, ihre Gedanken werden jetzt auch gesprochen. Haben sie endlich gecheckt, dass ihr Main-Character eine Stimme bekommen hat am Anfang des Spiels? Ich bin verblüfft.
Something weird is going on. I guess I'll start by exploring the area.
Huh? Traveler? What brings you here at this hour?
Huh?
What are you in the mood for today? A hot dog? Or something else? We've got some special discounts at the moment. Want to see the menu?
Sorry, I'm not hungry right now.
Ah. Well, feel free to take a seat for now. Let me know if you change your mind.
Everyone seems to be acting normal. Am I just overthinking?
Oh, darling, look who it is. One of our regular customers. Get the Traveler something to eat, would you, dear?
Wait. Why is he talking like that?
Well, I'd love to, but can't serve a customer unless they order something. Anyway, I take it your business is wrapped up?
Yes, thankfully. It was a long trip, and it's left me feeling pretty exhausted. But the upshot is, I won't have to leave again for a good while. We can have some quality time to ourselves.
Wait. These two are a couple? I see some kids around too. I didn't know they had a family.
Hey there! I haven't seen you in ages! What's keeping you so busy? I've been looking forward to playing with you again.
Speranza Host, Maisie. Doch, mit der hatten wir schon zu tun. Ich bin mir relativ sicher, es war auch eine Quest oder nicht. Und hat Tore gerade seine eigene kleine Welt hier gegründet, um die Story zu strecken? Eventuell.
You forgot already? You're silly. Daddy brought you over to our house recently. We had some snacks together.
What is she talking about?
We've had a lot of customers over the last few days, so we've been real busy. And like my mom always says, some people are more than just customers. They're friends. Oh, another customer's arrived. I better go see what they want.
Ja, das stimmt. Ich habe heute eine Dose Cola beim Türken meines Vertrauens umsonst bekommen. Gut, ich habe auch mal 36 € Essen geholt, aber trotzdem. Well, weiter.
This is all wrong. I never once heard the owner of this restaurant talk about their family. It certainly isn't a family-run business. And that child, I don't recognize her at all. Could this be a false memory?
Very good. I knew you had it in you.
Dottore?
Aren't you going to try the house special?
When did he show up? No, none of this is real.
You don't seem to like it here. That's fine. We can change venues.
Ja.
I'm still alive. Where is this place? It took all my strength to open the moon gate, and then I leapt into it. So this is the moon's reflection? The mysterious realm beyond the gate? I can't sense anything. I guess I could try opening the gate once more. No response. Maybe this space can't be opened from inside. If this was the space that killed both Revier and his lover, then why am I unscathed? Or... no, I'm not unscathed. Even the air here feels frozen in place. There is nothing here with which I can restore my power. I should conserve my strength and proceed with caution. I don't believe Dottori's scheming will stop just because I escaped. If there is any chance that I can get back to the others, any chance at all, I must return.
Cool.
Emptiness, silence. What is this place? Or maybe the real question is, what is it for? What's this? Looks like it responds to my power.
Use your power and interact.
Golden. Like Kuvaki. Is it some sort of guide? And why does it feel so familiar? I might as well follow it.
Okay.
Where does this lead? Could it be the exit?
I doubt it. Enter the world in the mirror. Aha. Das ist fest, auf jeden Fall. A Traveler on a Night Sky oder so.
Welcome home, Moon Goddess.
Is this Nasha Town? But isn't Moon Prayer Night over already?
War der Händler nicht da vorne irgendwo? Egal. Limppool. Ah. Wieder mit dem Spiel, aber das ist eine andere Variante. Oder?
Goodbye for now, Columbina. I hope you have a wonderful night.
I will. Everyone else. And me? Are these my memories?
Bah.
I can't touch them. It's as if we're separated by some impenetrable power.
Over here! Over here!
But the people in these memories pass right through me. Just like when I disappeared. If only I had known what would come to pass after that. Even so, I should still take a look around. Just being back here. It gives me the strength to keep going.
Aha. Ja. How to fill the patch. Take the last scene we played in the last quest. Mhm. Englisch. Sie steht wieder mit ihren Katzenohren hier, oder was es sind. Oh boy. Mhm. Licky, whatever. Blins, Traveler und Paimon. Der Keck.
Welcome home, Moon Goddess. Oh, you're the genuine article. Alice was right. This Moon Prayer Night was worth watching after all.
Oh, yes. That was the fortune-telling stall run by Barbeloth from the Hexen Circle.
Mhm.
Please, draw the first lunar arcana. This represents destiny and is the foundation for the divination as a whole.
My destiny. I believe the card I drew was the moon. Now that I think about it, Barbeloth's divination was absolutely right. It's almost time to draw the last card. The one that represents the future. That was the card that popped out on its own. From here, I think. Kuvaki Pulse? What?
Fascinating. I've never encountered this before in my role as a diviner.
What's going on? Did that card leave the deck? Because of my influence? All I did was try to touch it, and then... Maybe this memory space is not untouchable after all. Are there weak points in the barrier? Or... is it possible that there's more to this space than my memories alone?
This card is death.
I need to get to the bottom of this. I'll try touching something else. Is this... the wind? No, it's gravity. It's pulling me outwards. No, Traveler!
Okay.
Haimon, listen to me. From the bottom of our hearts, we are so sorry. We completely understand how you must feel. The Traveler is trapped, and we all feel responsible for it.
Naja, nicht wirklich eigentlich, aber okay. Ich meine, ihr habt ihr nicht helfen können, aber naja. Tore war halt hinter uns her, also von daher,
Don't say that. Paimon's not a little kid. You didn't leave her behind on purpose. There was nothing you could do. But she's all alone in there. What if something happens to her? What are we gonna do then? We've barely spent any time apart since we met. Is she gonna die?
We must find a way to rescue her. We were all involved in the operation where she was captured, and we do not abandon our comrades. That being said, it won't be easy. Through conversation with the others on our return, we've arrived at a basic idea of what we're up against. Dottore's lab has clearly been in operation for a lot longer than we realized. We found many monster samples stored there. In all likelihood, they were materials he used to research his latest technology. We also know that through his contact with the phantoms of Hyperborea, he gained knowledge about the moons and certain Hyperborean technologies. Using this knowledge, he then fashioned an artificial moon marrow to serve as a replacement for the frost moon beyond the sky. Unlike Columbina, Dottore is not being rejected by Teyvat. And even with 2 of the 3 moon marrows, his power far exceeds all of ours combined. Once his 3rd moon marrow is complete, Dottore will have completely seized the authority of the 3 moons. Teyvat's most primordial powers will then be in his grasp.
Does that mean...
I'm afraid so. No one could have predicted this level of insanity. Not even from Dottore. And unfortunately, his insanity is coupled with an intellect and ambition that not even his peers in the Fatui can match.
This is dire. Sounds like the world is done for.
The 3 moons' authority can influence the very fabric of time and space. I dare not imagine what a monster like him would do with that kind of power.
The trouble's already begun, I'm afraid. On our way back, we discovered that part of Krai is being enveloped by an unknown energy. We cannot ascertain what is happening inside. I'm convinced this is Dottore's doing. Not that there's any way to prove it. The issue is, we have no idea what his intentions are.
The only thing more frustrating than facing down evil is knowing that it will surely come, but not knowing when.
The Doctor is guilty of numerous crimes in Mondstadt as well. One of our knights, well, former knights, his father was murdered by Dottore. His ideology and methodology are a danger to everything in his path, from individuals to entire nations. He does not feel guilt, even when he acts against his own people.
He doesn't see them as his own people, that's why. People like him see everyone else as beneath them.
Right. He views other people only in terms of how they can benefit him. That's the basis of all his social connections. Granted, he's hardly the only harbinger to pursue their own interests. We all do. And Her Majesty is gracious enough to permit it. Still, her mercy has its limits. Dottore's actions have gone beyond even what the Fatui could have imagined. Usurping divine authority to become a god. For a servant of the Tsaritsa, that goes beyond being disloyal. It's treason of the highest order. We can't expect him to heed the Tsaritsa's will once he gains the 3 moons' authority. Even we harbingers consider him the most self-interested among us.
Poor Traveler. Of all the people to get caught by... We have to go save her! Right now! Please! We gotta find a way!
Paimon, I promise you, we are with you all the way.
I get how you feel. I do. But it's gonna take more than strong emotions to take down an enemy like Dottore. What we need now is more information.
Right. We can't even guarantee he's still at his research center. Before we can think about mounting a rescue operation, we need to confirm the Traveler's location. I'll find a way.
Paimon knows, but... She's so scared. If if anything happens to the Traveler? She might be the strongest person Paimon knows, but she's still human. She feels pain and bleeds just like anyone else. Then think things through before you stick your neck out. Unless you want to lose your head.
Sandrone.
Miss Sandrone, you're okay?
Put the stuff over there, and be gentle with it. Am I okay? As you can see, I've had to move my whole livelihood out of the Experimental Design Bureau. It's been swallowed up by Dottoro's energy field. If I'd left it any longer, I probably would have gotten stuck there. Ugh, Dottore always goes a little loco when he finds a shiny new toy. Not that he'd ever admit that. But this time, he's gone full psycho. Just go ahead and cry already. Sorry. Paimon's not trying to make it seem. It's just... She can't.
Oh, Paimon.
Let it all out. There's no shame in it. When you're overwhelmed by fear and despair, crying can help get it out of your system. You'll feel better for it.
Okay then, while the baby of the group is having a moment, how about the grown-ups get to work? Give me your hand.
You've made a discovery?
Polonia, scan. You, hand, now.
Oh, I thought you'd never ask, my lady.
Curses! You're next, then you.
Erst du nicht against Aaron, who took part in the battle, blah.
Dottore, you son of a... He's done something to us! Everyone who entered his research center has been implanted with some sort of curse.
I don't feel anything unusual at the moment. Does that mean it hasn't activated yet? Is there a way to figure out its purpose and what might trigger it?
My best guess is Dottore created it using the Moon Goddess's powers. 1 second, analyzing. Ugh! That friggin' maniac!
So, what twisted game is he playing this time?
The moment I analyzed the energy composition, some encrypted text appeared in my mind's eye. And when I deciphered it according to the Fatui standard encryption protocol, I got the following message. Feel free to run, or you will perish in Nod Krai.
He's mocking us.
Yup, he loves to toy with people. Only in this case, there might be more to it. But I didn't detect any murderous intent or malice either in the message or the curse's energy. As if this is him at his least malicious.
Or perhaps all people are cowards in his eyes. Maybe he thinks the threat alone will be effective.
What a despicable person. And he has the Traveler in his grasp.
If I may, as unhinged as Dottore may be, he has always exercised great patience with the objects of his interest.
I remember a comment he made when we first arrived in Nod Krai. He said, "This world is, on the whole, an exceedingly dull place. But at least there are a few intriguing features, such as the gods, or the Traveler. Presumably, they interest him because they're unknown quantities. He wants to understand as much as he can about them."
Agreed. The Traveler is Tevat's 4th descender. All Harbingers are aware of this. Since Dottore took such pains to capture the Traveler, he is unlikely to kill her right away.
Okay, but we still have to do that rescue operation. Of course. I also think we need to read between the lines with Dottore's message. If he's encouraging us to run, that means we mustn't leave Nod Krai under any circumstances. My guess is, his curse will only trigger if we leave.
We've discovered multiple energy fields. Albedo is still attempting to analyze their structure. He told me to report back first. Each field is slowly growing, swallowing up more of the surrounding area in the process. And the pace of their expansion has increased since we first examined them. He's probably trying to swallow Krai whole.
His nefarious ambition knows no bounds. If this continues, the whole of Teyvat will be in trouble, not just Krai.
The loss of Columbina could not have come at a worse time. Do we think she's truly gone for good?
She entered the space beyond the Moon Gate, knowing what became of Rerir and Thelindis. I'm sorry, but I fear the odds aren't good.
Don't be ridiculous. If I know her, she's busy finding a way back as we speak just so she can annoy me. She isn't dead.
Whatever has become of her, the fact remains that we are two comrades short on the eve of a decisive battle.
We need to find out the Traveler's location, but there is also other work to be done.
Agreed. Whatever Dottore planning, we have to get the local populace somewhere safe. So, as well as a rescue mission, we have to organize a mass evacuation at the same time.
It would be best if someone could approach leaders of neighboring nations and negotiate emergency asylum for Krai's inhabitants. Can anyone handle that?
Snezhnaya is one option. I'll see what I can do.
This would be so much easier if the Traveler was here. No! Stop thinking like that, Paimon. Paimon will join you. She's pretty well connected thanks to the Traveler. Maybe it'll come in handy. Either way, that's what the Traveler would do if she was here.
Interessant. Ist die Blume aus der Silvermoon Hall eigentlich? Ja, oder?
Back here again. That gravitational force that pulled me back. Is this where it came from? When I saw that memory of Moonprayer Night, I think I influenced reality. Was it just a coincidence? Or... if only I could have sent the others some kind of warning on Moonprayer Night. Maybe we could have stopped Dottore. I feel... so heavy. Does entering that space consume a lot of energy? Well, even so, I have to keep moving forward. Back to emptiness and silence again. I should try and find my way back inside that memory.
Okay, gut. Also wieder zum nächsten weißen Ding laufen und nächste Sequenz angucken. Yay. Mhm. Ich finde es auch schön, wie diese komischen Inseln erst relativ spät irgendwie laden. Ah, die bleibt jetzt geladen, okay. Na gut. Whatever. Könnten wir bitte wieder ohne...
The entrance from last time isn't showing up. What am I missing?
Weiß nicht, aber da ist eine komische Lichtsäule und ich würde ganz gerne nicht ohne Stamina hier rumrennen.
Looks like I need to gather these scattered fragments.
Okay. Ach so, oh, ich muss die echt alle einzeln. Oh boy. Why? Just why?
It worked.
Gut.
Hopefully I can stay inside for a bit longer this time.
Das ist echt low quality, aber egal, passt schon. Das ist eine random Szene.
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild.
What? This doesn't look like Moonprayer Night.
Lass ich raten, diese ganzen Szenen jetzt hier im Mond sind quasi ihre Story-Quest, so ein bisschen. Die nicht allgemein schon die ganze Zeit irgendwie vonstatten geht währenddessen, aber okay.
Extra, extra! Latest issue of the Nasha Express!
I don't think I've ever been here. Maybe this space isn't comprised of my memories after all. There aren't any festive decorations around. Is this Nasha town after Moonprayer Night ended? Did Dotori's plan not affect the town? Or is no one aware of what happened because he used the Three Moons' authority? Let me see if I can influence anyone else.
Naja, die werden wohl kaum innerhalb von einem Tag alles abgebaut haben.
What do we do next? Wait, that voice. Paimon?
The most important thing right now is to find that mage.
Lauma, the Traveler, and Mr. Varga are here too.
I'd better go pay the Fatui a visit.
Traveler! Huh?
Columbina?
I made contact. It's me, Columbina.
Huh?
Ach, die Szene.
Traveler?
Let's go! This is no time to be spacing out!
Time Travel Shenanigans, yay!
Huh? Huh? Wait a moment. This has happened before. Huh? This is what happened when I disappeared. I stood right over there, thinking that no one would ever find me again. It was only when she called my name that I decided to follow them. But did she turn around because she sensed my touch just now? Is it really possible that from in here, I can change the past? If I keep following them, maybe... Huh? It's that gravity again. Every time I influence reality within that space, this force intervenes and pulls me back. It's as if it's trying to stop me from leaving. I'm getting weaker and weaker. I'll just have to try another approach next time. Come on, Columbina. Keep going. You have to tell everyone what happened.
Und Themenwechsel. Mal wieder zum Traveler rüber oder was geht jetzt ab?
Suddenly, I've been plunged into darkness, alone. It feels strange, as if something has grabbed hold of me. Is Dottore now powerful enough to interfere with space itself?
Look at you, standing so still in total silence. I almost didn't recognize you. Hello there, traveler.
He seems to be in a good mood. Wait, what's that behind him?
Ah, so you noticed. This is the completed Trilune. 2 primordial moon marrows and 1 artificial specimen. You are wary of it. Good. Maintain that reverence. You performed well in that recent battle. Brave and reckless as always. Courage is the sign of a true hero, and impulsiveness is the hallmark of those who strive to advance. I say this not to belittle you. Most creatures are far more timid by comparison.
3 moon marrows. Does that mean... The artificial one is now complete too?
Well spotted. What do you think? For a replica I built myself, I dare say it looks the part.
Dottore, are you planting illusions in my mind?
I have no interest in fooling your eyes. On the contrary, I hope to show you the true essence of all that you see before you. Is this not a beautiful city? People live in peace and find joy in their work. The streets are safe. People can even leave their doors unlocked at night. You might say it is the Elysium everyone dreams of. All available data indicates your values and worldview conform with the mainstream. This kind of society should be quite to your taste.
False beauty is deceitful. Lies are to no one's taste.
I wonder, is it your moral standards that are too high? Or your expectations of reality? Answer me this. If someone existed in a sweet dream from the moment they were born, a dream in which they never once felt pain, which do you think they would consider superior? The dream or the reality?
Ich bin für The Dream, also los. Do the Matrix thing with me.
That's pure sophistry. It has nothing to do with your actions.
As I suspected. You have yet to understand all of this for what it really is.
What do you want from me?
You sound impatient. Do you think the only reason I'm keeping you is because I want something from you?
If it's not, then why haven't you killed me yet? No one can stop you if you're as powerful as a god.
I'm delighted you recognize that fact. I believe we last squared off in Sumeru. Ah, the memories. How time flies. You and I have both grown. I'm not surprised that Arlecchino and Sandrone worked with you. You've always a way of slowly but surely ingratiating yourself with all levels of society. People laud you as a hero, but I suspect there's more to it than that. Oh, but to be clear, I don't say that to flatter you.
Do you always give your opponent an appraisal before you deal the final blow?
Call it a long-time habit. I'm a researcher, and one of my duties is to give an objective assessment of my subjects. But you misunderstand. We are not opponents. Not at this moment. I just want to talk. Think back to Tartaglia, Arlecchino, Capitano, Colombina, and now even Sandrone. You've worked with each of them in the past. I believe you can work with me as well.
What makes you so sure?
Well, why not? Should the good associate only with the good and the bad befriend only the bad? I like to think we could have a more mature relationship than that. Surely you don't think all your relationships are grounded in friendship or shared ideals. People come together because it benefits them to do so. If you think of the people you admire, you must surely admit that they have provided some benefit to you. Morality, ambition, dreams. People have plenty of words to embellish the nature of their relationships. But once you break free from those ethical frameworks, you will see that the only thing connecting the two of you is mutual benefit. And that is what I'd like to talk to you about.
We're finally getting into it. He's probably been planning to kidnap me for a long time now. But for what exactly? He has the authority of all three moons. I won't be able to gain the upper hand in a fight. Best if I pretend that I'm willing to negotiate for now. You say you're a god, but you also speak of mutual benefit. What could a god want that the three moons cannot provide?
Excellent question. But before I answer, I would ask you the same thing. Gaining Colombina's allegiance was a rare and extraordinary feat. But the Moon Marrows are now in my hands, and I have the edge over her. For this artificial moon is not being rejected by Tevat. Her identity and lineage may have been a thing of glory in the old world. But they were also shackles that prevented her from ever integrating into Teyvat. I, on the other hand, you may view me as a thief, but I have overcome that limitation. So what is it that the Three Moons cannot grant you? What stops you from negotiating with me to get what you want?
I don't make deals with lying psychopaths.
That's quite an accusation. Are you expecting me to get angry with you? Well, this is one aspect in which my personal growth has served me well. In the past, my less mature self might have been disappointed, perhaps even angry, over a small setback like this. Like when you and Lesser Lord Kusanali joined forces to oppose me, for example. But things are different now. Just as the rich do not quibble with the poor, I no longer find myself perturbed by these trivial affairs. Human relationships end with conflicts of emotions and interests. But relations between humans and gods are different. And ours is even more unique. I have ascended to the highest heights and laid claim to unprecedented horizons. And you were no ordinary person to begin with. Allow me to show you the world, Descender.
Okay. Bitte was? Hallo, natürlich auf dem Wasser.
To stand, walk, jump, sit, and lie down. These are the most common of behaviors. Have you ever wondered why we were born following such laws? Who stipulated that we could not fly instead of walk?
Okay, wir sind über den Wolken.
Someone of your talent and experience must surely know of the 4 great rulers who serve the heavenly principles. They govern life, death, time, and space. One wounded by a blade will die from blood loss or infection, and one who falls into a lake will drown in agony. The elderly wallow in solitude, and the solitary age faster. Eventually, new life is born, only to embark on the same path of suffering. These 4 divisions anchor the world and shackle those who live in it. But they themselves transcend its boundaries, squandering the power bestowed by the heavens. All who live yearn for equality, but unless the gods prostrate themselves and profess that they are mere servants of the living, equality can never exist. Who makes the rules we must live by? Who has the right to restrict us? The limits of the body can be rejected.
Wieso habe ich jetzt auf einmal Geo?
Shake! Yeah.
Okay.
Drop.
Der macht Damage. Mehr oder weniger. 13k Physical Crits, oh mein Gott. Ich will nicht seinen Skill-Dings nutzen. Na komm, uns gucken, was er macht. Ach, er killt sie einfach instant. Okay. Kriegt die aber auch Slowdown, oder? Gott, bei mir. Sie sind ja Full Life, Bullshit. Was soll sein scheiß Skill nutzen, habe ich recht? Sehe ich nicht ein. Greif auch nicht wirklich an. Kann man hier wohl sterben? Ich war anscheinend einfach nur aus dem Radius raus, oder was? Oh boy, das ging ja... Oh Gott. Why, Wojo? Why? Okay. Weil es macht einigermaßen Damage sogar, fairerweise. Nein, wir sollten doch nicht... Oh. Ach, scheiß drauf. So. Kann ich jetzt bitte mal die Gegner platt machen, ohne dass sie andauernd glitschen? Wieso greifen die selber nicht an? Hier hat sich geheilt. So ein Vieh. Och komm, die glitschen sich hier die ganze Zeit. Was soll denn der Scheiß? Na komm. Ich weigere mich, seinen Skill die ganze Zeit zu nutzen. Du machst jetzt nicht nochmal den Revive. Ach komm. Jetzt ist das mal gut. Bullshit! Wieso sind wieder schon Bullshit? Ey, dieser Hurensohn. Wir haben doch bestimmt den Skill für Tore hergegeben, den man eben nicht damit rumkämpfen muss. Ach komm, leck mich. Ja, den werde ich garantiert nicht, oder? Ja, der kommt auch nicht an. Oh, das ist eine Prozentanzeige. Wann ist das denn? Oh, das ist schön. Haben das jetzt alle Gegner auf einmal? Hm. Immer dieser Geo-Movement drin noch.
How does it feel to be among those with absolute power?
Ganz gut eigentlich.
You cannot conceive the extent to which your flesh hinders your mind and spirit.
Yay, Unterwasserbubble wieder am
Only by
Arsch.
discarding our useless, primitive eyes can we perceive a new world. How narrow-minded we all were in the past. Why should the final answer of the world not be the power that predates those of life, death, time, and space? The power of the Triloon. Through it, I have glimpsed new experimental possibilities. Nature suppressed, authority exiled, souls controlled.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I heard recently that a group of critics reviewed countless stories and drew an interesting conclusion. They found that it is more often than not the villains who strive tirelessly to push the boundaries of progress. In fact, long before this, someone voiced a similar idea in an academia editorial. I felt a great affinity with this perspective. I have never been afraid to step up and play the role of the villain. Fanatics are trampled down for their transgressions, and those who transcend are rebuked for their audacity. And so, the majority of creatures are too timid to follow my lead. But all sacrifices made during my experiments have been worthwhile, as you can now see. I can offer you something new, something unique, precisely because I am a villain. Think about it. We are eternally bound through mutual interest. Can you truly say you would never turn to malice if it could give you the life you dream of? After all, what value do perfection and purity really have? They are fragile and feeble things, utterly tedious. I say, better to be governed by a flawed humanity than a gnosis. The true seeker of knowledge is the villain who undergoes countless tribulations in pursuit of their goal. I'm sure many people have told you that you're different.
Because I'm a descender?
Exactly. Very clever.
But what has that got to do with you?
I do not conceal my wicked deeds, my selfish desires, or my greed. A true researcher must act as I do if they are to understand and speak of the truth. And yet, a knowledge seeker like myself will inevitably grow tired of studying Tevat beyond a point. You have traveled to all corners of the world and met many people. Along the way, there have been moments when you were misunderstood or even became a wanted criminal. And all the while, you have spent your days doing some of the most mundane jobs in the world. You fight and toil, claim minuscule rewards from my friend Pantalone, then you fight some more, winning some battles and losing others as your search goes on. And this cycle continues, with no end in sight. Surely you must sometimes grow weary of being stuck in this same loop day after day.
We're completely different. I embrace everything that life throws at me. I am engaged in every step of my journey.
How does that make us different? I too embrace what life brings, researching everything that interests me. Think of all the novel things I've managed to create, like the artificial moon marrow. Don't you see? As unique a specimen as she was, even Columbina is not irreplaceable.
Take that back! She's gone because of your actions!
I didn't say that to anger you. Though admittedly, I don't see what there is to be angry about. Anything Columbina could do for you, I can do better. I know what your ultimate goal is. You wish to walk the path your brother walked and seek answers from him at the end of that journey, don't you?
Someone like you could never understand what it feels like to care about another person the way I care about him.
Perhaps not. But that doesn't mean I can't help. I could find your brother right now, bring him before you, and make him give you the answers you seek.
Don't be so presumptuous. You'll never begin to understand the situation between us.
Oh, no. This is no presumption. I'm only offering what I know is possible with the power of the Trilune. But it seems like you would sooner continue with your journey through this world. Why? Do you truly desire this journey? Or is it simply a necessary process from which you cannot escape? Think of all the time and energy you have spent, everything you've had to endure just to make it this far. Is this really what you want? Or has your hand been forced by the promise of that final answer? Yes, you have made many friends. But do they ever spare a thought for the void in your heart and what it yearns for? What you want is not friends. It is family. But do they know this? I, on the other hand, am far more considerate. Join my experiment, and in return, I will bring your meaningless journey and all its struggles to an end.
This is a malicious attempt to manipulate me. But at the same time, he's stating some very human truths. Of course, he's right about my predicament. How can I deny it? I have faced ungrateful strangers, never-ending troubles, an endless quest for answers. I want to see him. After everything I've been through, words can't describe how much I miss him, how much I want to be reunited with him. Wherever you are right now, do you miss me too?
Okay.
All right, everyone. Our next mission is clear. We need to contact all the major organizations, explain the situation to the public, and then begin the evacuation.
The residents of Not Krai are quite dispersed. The two most populated areas are the Southern Isles and Pyramida. Miss Lauma, I will leave Hisi Island and Nasha Town in your hands. I will liaise with the Fatui and Pyramida.
Agreed. We will reach out to Natlan and Snezhnaya. Anyone found north of the Experimental Design Bureau should follow the Fatui to Snezhnaya. As for those dwelling south of that line, I will ask the Voynich Guild to help persuade them to leave. Then I, Mr. Varka, and the Frostmoon Scions will escort them to Natlan.
The Voynich Guild has dealings with the Curatorium of Secrets. I will send them a letter vouching for your credibility.
Warum nach Natlan? Warum nicht nach Fontaine? Okay, fairerweise, Fontaine ist ein bisschen höher und das sind Wasserfälle, da kommt man nicht so einfach hin. Okay, gut. Frage hat sie beantwortet.
Yehoda, you should help Lauma. This is too big of a task for one person.
My wish has come true. You're willingly lending me your most capable employee for the day.
Well, good for you if all this only takes a day. Of course, if it takes any longer, I'll be charging a fee.
Boss, wait! Don't I get a say in this?
Oh, I'm sorry. Something to add, Yehoda?
Well, no one's more important to me than you, boss. And remember how Lauma healed your eyes after that big battle? I think that's worth at least 2 or 3 days' work for the Frostmoon Scions.
Are you completely incapable of acting in your own self-interest? Or do you simply devalue your own labor?
Are you sure you don't want to come with us?
Who will see to our other work if we're all busy evacuating residents? Sandrone insists that Columbina is still alive, and we have a traveler to rescue. There's much to be done.
But boss, I'm just worried that...
Well, Nefer, I'll link up with you once my tasks are complete.
What makes you think I'd need you to do that?
I'll need it. And considering the way you approach certain matters, I think you'll be better off with me present.
That's quite enough. Just focus on your work first.
I bet we're in for an uphill battle here. But we can help out too. Inefa and I are gonna help Nasha Town's residents carry their stuff.
Loading schedule. Store essential local research data and technology samples, then escort the people to Natlan. Understood. I will execute this to the best of my abilities.
Great stuff. Thank you, ladies.
I've contacted the Lightkeepers. A colleague of mine will join us shortly. I will persuade them to conduct a thorough search of the region to ensure that no civilians get left behind.
As for me, I guess I'll be making an early return to Sumeru. I think it's important that someone informs the Dendro Archon of what's going on in Not Krai.
Roger that. Someone should inform Mondstadt, too. Mr. Duran, can I trust you to handle that? I think you fly faster than any of us can run. As an added incentive, get there fast enough and I'll see about getting your gliding exam waived.
Really? Ha! Mission accepted, sir.
I intend to stay behind and help Miss Sandrone with her research. She has some alchemy-related questions that she'd like me to explore.
She recognizes your expertise, then. I wish you a fruitful collaboration.
Thank you. In truth, I was surprised to hear her express an interest in subject matter outside of machines.
I believe she has been investigating some Fontanian technology recently. She made a point of bringing the relevant materials with her when she left the Experimental Design Bureau. She's sorting through everything in her room as we speak.
I should mention that we have one other friend who isn't present. He hasn't made his position in all of this clear. But if we know anything about him, he's likely investigating on his own.
Paimon's been very quiet today. But I know how close she and the Traveler are with the Natlanese. She should come with us to the border.
Okay. Paimon will do her best.
Make sure to heed Sandrone's warning. Many of us have been cursed by Dottore. As such, under no circumstances should anyone cross national borders. Remain within Krai. That aside, personally, I have faith in Columbina. Things look grim, sure, but who knows how it'll play out. Same goes for rescuing the Traveler. Both of them are important allies and friends. We'll be counting on you to gather intel on them, Miss Nefer.
Oh, wonderful. You're all here.
Achso, jetzt bin ich wieder entmutet. Ich war entmutet? Okay. Jetzt darf ich selber klicken. Na klasse.
That voice again. Nicole? Whoa, that was loud. And it came out of nowhere. So mysterious.
Sorry, this is the only way I can speak to you all right now. Please accept my apology. Anyway, time is short. I'll cut to the chase. We're still facing quite a catastrophe here at the world's borders. Alice has roped in every Hexenzirkel member she can get a hold of. Except for me. She told me I had to come and help you all out as a matter of urgency. I quote, "You love talking, don't you? Well, now it's finally your time to shine. Take these. Make sure the whole party gets one each. You'll be in charge of making sure everyone
ist hier kaputt.
stays connected."
Ich habe keinen Sound mehr. Moment. Okay. Gut. Ich habe zwar jetzt Nicole reingeredet, aber ja. Das ist das zweite Mal jetzt mittlerweile schon, seitdem ich das neue Audio-Interface habe, dass der Sound komplett abkackt. Und ich muss erst das USB-Kabel rausziehen, wieder reinstecken, damit es wieder funktioniert. Interessant. Vielleicht soll ich mal einen anderen Port testen. Aber ich habe doch schon den Port umgesteckt. Gestern. Interessant. Mein Mikro ging halt noch. Der Sound in der Aufnahme war auch da. Die Kopfhörer wurden auch als solche erkannt. Es war einfach nur der Sound, der bei mir nicht mehr ankam. Bei mir war alles verstummt. Und ich habe zwar immer wieder drauf geachtet, aber ich glaube, eventuell hat OBS wieder Kacke gebaut. Oder es ist gerade eben passiert, wo der Sound abgekackt ist. Ich weiß es nicht, aber ich hatte gerade nur 40% für die OBS-Szene. Ich hoffe, dass das nicht schon länger so ist. Denn ich bin mir sicher, zu Anfang der Aufnahme waren die Personen noch sehr laut beim Reden. Ich gucke jetzt nochmal ganz kurz nach, ob das auch noch passt jetzt, aber ich glaube ja. Focusrite. Eingabe-Ausgabegerät, alles 100%, außer die Game Capture, die ist bei 30. Und das OBS-Profil ist auch bei 100. Gut, ja. Sorry, Nicole, dass ich reingeredet habe, aber ich dachte auf einmal, irgendwas ist kaputt und die Aufnahme ist Schrott oder so. Aber die Aufnahme läuft noch. Na gut. Wobei ich könnte... Ja komm, ich mache lieber mal hier einmal einen Hardcut in der Aufnahme. Und mache dann direkt weiter und schneide das zusammen. Sicher. Gut. Hard gemacht. Sollte hoffentlich so passen. Und wer hat mir im Discord geschrieben? Allgemeine Nachrichten. Okay. Gut, I don't care. Gut, dann, ja, Nicole ist jetzt da. Wuhu. Ich finde es schön, wie sie es echt geschafft haben, irgendwie die Quest auch noch so ein bisschen zu strecken. Aber gut, irgendwie muss die Quest ja auch weitergehen. Sinnvoll. Naja. Let's go.
Huh? Is this a Dodo communication device?
Scanning. Unknown device. Analyzing. Unknown device. Conclusion. Cute. Affirmative. It is cute and good. I believe that I quite like it.
This is no ordinary Dodo communication device. It's my very own special modified version, specifically... sorry. I almost went off on another tangent there. Anyway, help yourselves. It will allow us to communicate over long distances within Krai. No more worrying about shuttling messages back and forth.
What astounding technology. Am I right in assuming that it relies on your personal abilities to function, Miss Nicole?
Yes, exactly. Right on cue, Albedo. I'd love to brag to you all about how it all works, but no, next time, next time. Anyway, I'll be right with you all, serving as a communication hub. That's all from me. Head off as soon as you're ready. I'll be staying here to keep watch, and I'll be sending you my blessings.
Oh boy. Das ist ein bisschen viel. So ist eigentlich noch alles synchron. Ja. Gut.
Close your eyes.
Luca holen wir ab. Ich will die Kamera rauszoomen. Egal. Weißhaar oder Grauhaar-Junge, yay.
Ah, Sir Flint. Perfect timing. I just arrived myself. You are most considerate, Master Ilua. But in fact, I know you have been sitting here for quite some time.
If you saw me, why didn't you say something?
I was curious to see how long you could sit still for. Also, shouldn't you have managed to sense me approaching?
That would be a first. You always seem to appear out of thin air without making a peep. Also, how many times do I have to tell you not to address me as master? I don't qualify.
I beg to differ. Why should a young man so well-versed in social graces as yourself not be worthy of that title?
Please, Lord Flint's... Sir Flint's. I'm begging you, don't flatter me into complacency like you do with everyone else.
You understand me better than most. My newest acquaintances tell me I love complimenting others. What do you think?
I think they don't understand why you do it. You just love puffing people up till they're a big, happy ball of hot air that floats away into the sky.
In all sincerity, I can only hope that they bring good tidings when they come back down to Earth.
Is the situation that bad?
We just held a strategy meeting. Let me fill you in.
In short, we need everyone gone from Pyramida. We also need a team of Lightkeepers to scour the more remote regions of Krai for civilians to evacuate.
I only hope we have enough personnel.
We do. Old Man Nikita will definitely help, and we can recall anyone out on patrol to focus on this instead.
Good. I'm sure you and the others will make short work of this. Now, don't forget, once you've completed this task, make sure you and the rest of the team evacuate to either Snezhnaya or Natlan as well.
Flint?
If you've got something to say, Master Ilua, why not guess what I'm thinking right now?
You mentioned that you have something else to deal with later. How difficult is it going to be?
I doubt it will be easy.
I know you're a Lightkeeper, and it's your duty to protect others in times of crisis. But I have a feeling that you'll be walking into grave danger. However bad things have gotten in the past, Krai has never faced a mass evacuation before. But from the sounds of it, you don't intend to come with us. I don't mean to pry, and it's probably none of my business. But whatever it is you're intending, you don't have to go through with it, you know.
I've been afflicted with some sort of curse, and I'm told it may well trigger if I set foot outside of Krai. As such, I cannot leave. I have to act, if for no other reason than to fight this curse.
What? No. Why? Why would anyone want to curse you?
There are plenty of people out there willing to trample over others in pursuit of their own goals.
Frankly, Sir Flint, I am furious. You're making light of what is an incredibly serious situation.
Indeed I am. And?
And what? I told you, I'm furious about this.
Nothing I can do about it, I'm afraid. Things happen, and we just have to deal with them. If you find yourself feeling angry, perhaps start by drinking a big glass of water.
Hey,
You mean you're completely unmoved by my anger? I'm devastated. Then allow me to express my sincerest regret. Come by the lighthouse sometime. We'll catch ourselves a few fish, have a little barbecue, play some cards, and bask in the sun. Maybe I need to spell this out. Lean in a little, Flint. Oh my, this doesn't bode well. Word is that you were caught up in a real horror show recently. People were amazed that you returned safe and sound. They've been debating whether you're even human. I've returned safe and sound from plenty of crises. When you say people, do you mean other people? Or do you just mean you? Fine. I'll be frank. You're not human, are you? Heavens. Now that's a horrifying thought. You know what? Forget it. We'll revisit this once it's all over. A sound plan. Albeit a little ominous sounding. Just promise me you'll come back in one piece, all right? For you, Master Ilua. How could I refuse? Also, please pass my regards on to our colleagues. Tell them, thank you all for your assistance. Please put safety first as you proceed with the operation.
I have to keep searching for a path toward reality.
Ja, musst du das? Hui. Neo, Highspeed laufen. Das war kein Punkt. Okay. Moment. Achso, Touch. Oh nein, nicht schon wieder. Ach, mit Rechten. Was sie sich dabei gedacht haben, weiß ich nicht. Ich würde echt gerne wissen, was sie sich dabei gedacht haben. Hat ein bisschen was so ein Donkey Kong Country Returns mit den Bananen, die so im Kreis fliegen, wie man sie einsammeln muss.
This should do it. The last 2 times I tried to influence reality in this space, it consumed a lot of Kuvaki. I'll try and be more careful this time. I need to leave key clues behind using less power. I hope everyone still remembers what I said on Moon Prayer Night.
Mhm. Wahrscheinlich. Ob die Szenen gezeigt haben, wie man mit den anderen Leuten redet?
Nothing here either. Flint's?
Ah, Miss Nefer.
What are you doing here? Unless...
I just spoke with Ilua about arrangements for the search and came for a walk nearby. As for you, why would... It appears we think along similar lines. And neither of us likes to accept things at face value.
As well as figuring out how to gather intel on the Traveler, I wanted to confirm some of my own suspicions. Also, we'll need to bring a lot of force to bear against Ettore, even if we're only looking to rescue the Traveler. We can't leave anything to chance. You don't think Columbina perished either, do you?
I'm merely considering the possibility that she survived, just as you are. How much can we really know about a deity like her anyway?
Do you remember what she said on Moon Prayer Night? About using moonlight to send messages to us?
Of course. I think that's why we're both here.
Where have you checked so far?
I've been focusing on the outdoors. Anywhere the moonlight shines. I checked most of Nasha Town, but didn't find anything.
I checked the Curatorium of Secrets, and a few rooms where I thought I might find some leads. But no luck here either. The only places I haven't looked yet are the rooms in the flagship. But process of elimination isn't the only thing that brought me here.
Oh, really? What's your other reason?
After all that build-up, our mystery ally never showed up even once!
Huh? Am I imagining things? Come on, let's see what's going on.
Oh no. I knocked over a vase as soon as I came in. It must have been caused by a Kuvaki fluctuation when I entered the space. Although, it seems like I'm not about to be pulled away this time. It looks like as long as I'm careful with my actions, it doesn't count as influencing reality. Anyway, is this the flagship? The Traveler mentioned that's where she was staying. I only went into the lobby last time, so I've never actually been here before. How does this space work? If nothing else, I can now be sure that it is not simply memory. She mentioned where her room was. I think it's this one. The door is closed. But if this is anything like when I disappeared, then maybe... I'm in. She and Paimon aren't here at the moment. I hope she's okay. I wonder what happened to her after that battle with Dottore. Best not to dwell on that for now. I need to try and leave them some clues. Please, Traveler. I really hope you find this.
Huh. Just a cat.
Nothing else here strikes me as noteworthy.
Didn't you stay here for a couple of nights once?
Before Rerir showed himself, yes. It's also where the Traveler and I first met.
Did you notice anything unusual during your stay?
I remember thinking how much noisier the flagship is at night compared to the graveyard. Other than that, no. The Traveler and Paimon were most congenial neighbors.
This is where they've been staying, yes? Over here?
That's right.
I wouldn't usually condone breaking and entering, but we can make it up to them later.
Focus now. I have to write a message on the wall using Kuvaki, just like I said on Moon Prayer Night. Simply open your windows on nights when the moon shines bright, and the moonlight will naturally flow towards the words I have written. Here goes. I'll need to carefully control my strength.
Oh, was? Hold main power on target areas you write. Was? Ach so, wie beim Fischen quasi. Okay. Jetzt habe ich es auch verstanden. Ja gut, okay. Ein simples Minispiel, aber okay. Whatever. Kann man machen. Was auch immer sie jetzt gerade da schreibt. Kommt mir so ein bisschen vor wie bei einem Undertale-Fight. Oh Gott, okay, jetzt wird's klein. Man kann es aber nicht verkacken, glaube ich. Von daher.
There's a noise outside the door. Is she back? Please, you have to see these words.
Auf einmal ist es extrem dunkel oder was?
Well, do you sense anything?
Unfortunately, no.
And this place was our last chance.
Not necessarily. We've only looked in Nasha Town so far. Miss Columbina said she would leave messages at her friends' dwellings. It's still worth checking where Miss Lauma lives and where I live.
Let's try and make some time to look into those then. Wait.
What are you waiting for?
Paimon might have overeaten slightly. What's that look for? This is a victory feast. It's normal to eat a little more than usual.
The Traveler in Paimon. It's really you. But why are they talking about a victory feast?
Huh. You worried Paimon sick while you were out there fighting Rare. So this is your chance to make it up to her, alright?
Wait. So this is the night after the battle against Rare. How did I end up here? That's quite a long time ago now. Wait. Time. That's it. Every time I've entered reality within this space, it's been at an earlier point in time. Every one of those points has been before I fell into the moon's reflection. And everything I've done to affect reality really did happen in the past. Does this mean that, within the moon's reflection, time flows backwards? Starting from the moment I fell in?
Not long till Moonprayer night now. It's gonna be even livelier than tonight. Although, it's gonna be sad saying goodbye to the damselette. She seems like a really nice person.
Paimon. No, I can't. Even if I make contact, they probably won't understand what's going on. And in any case, I'll likely get pulled away again if I do. Instead, I have to find a way to get them to notice what I've written using the moonlight. Wait, even I hadn't thought of doing that before Moonprayer night. They'd never conceive of that possibility. Is there truly no other way?
Don't lose heart. We'll find a way somehow.
Huh?
Oh, you say that, but the Frost Moon is beyond the fall sky. If we wanted to go visit her, how would we make it through to the other side?
We might not have all the answers now, but I'm sure we'll find a way one day.
Huh. Guess someone's gotta be the optimist.
The present. The future. That's right. There are still things I can do.
What's your plan?
Flint's, when you were staying next door, did you ever open the window?
No. The rooms here are dark and damp. And there's such a buildup of dust on the windows that the moonlight can't even get in. I didn't think it was worth the trouble.
The moonlight?
I think I see where you're going. One moment. I'll see if the owner is available.
Don't bother. Time is of the essence.
Time.
Really?
Even if no one sees what I've written at this moment, maybe someone will remember what I said after Moonprayer night. I need to write down as much information as I can. And maybe one day...
Huh? What's up with you? You can't even hold your cup steady. Are you getting tired?
A little.
You should probably hit the hay then. You've had a really tough couple of days for you.
You truly have. You helped defeat Rerir, helped me reclaim my name, and you helped the others organize Moonprayer Night. Wherever you are right now, I'm sure you're still fighting against the injustices of fate. This is all I can leave for them. How I wish I could stay here. But it's time for me to go. I hope to see you again in the next time. And if the opportunity presents itself.
I will surely return to your side.
Huh.
Columbina. She's alive.
Not only that, but she's left us an entire wall's worth of clues. She even wrote down what would happen on Moonprayer Night. It's just a shame we found it too late.
I am here. Time in this place flows backwards. I am constantly moving forward.
It sounds like she's found a way to influence the past using Kuvaki. But her future is our past.
So, these words have been here ever since we defeated the Ray Hero Solnari. We just never discovered them. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Do you ever mull over questions like that?
Only when I'm in a good mood, and at leisure.
Well, I never do. Everything that has happened already belongs to the realm of fact. As a business person, and especially an intel broker, what I do is extrapolate from those facts to try and read the future.
An admirable philosophy.
It's a means of survival. Let's go. We have a wall's worth of clues to share with the others.
It appears that the doctor's energy signature has changed to something similar to Kuvaki, but not like the Kuvaki we're used to. Not Krai's Kuvaki devices will only have a limited effect on it. I can see why you've chosen to place your hopes in alchemy instead. Also, I must say these books are rather profound.
My subordinates just shipped them in from Fontaine. Some of them are from the Narcissenkreuz Ordo. Some are incident reports from Petrichor, and then there's a few test reports for these junk machines. Additionally, after some further scanning, I've discovered something extremely annoying.
What's that?
Tevat's skies contain multiple moons. A long time ago, when I did my first scan, I detected 3, just as the legends say. But when I checked again just now, I detected 4 moons.
So there's one extra?
Yeah. Originally, I thought that if I could still find 3 moons, that would at least mean Columbina's still alive. But then it occurred to me that apart from the frost moon, Tevat's moons are just husks. And husks surely shouldn't show up in the scan, since they're not alive. It's weird, isn't it? If we can't even distinguish between a dead and a living moon, how are we supposed to know whether a moon goddess is still alive? Or does this mean that the moon marrows are equivalent to the moons themselves?
It's certainly possible. In which case, the 4th moon you detected may be Dottore artificial creation.
So he wasn't bluffing. He really built his own moon marrow. Ugh! I'm so mad right now!
It's easy to get overwhelmed when you have too much on your plate. Maybe you need to relax. Perhaps try going for a walk. Or simply take a few deep breaths.
Nothing can calm me down at a time like this. I need more time, and I need progress.
It's Mr. Flynn's.
I really hate that ringing tone. Ugh. First the 4 orthants of the Narcissenkreuz, then moon marrows. Now what?
Oh, sorry if we're disturbing you. Might I ask what's troubling you?
What do you want? We're busy.
Are you still at the Curatorium of Secrets?
Yeah. Look, everyone else is still out, so there's no hurry. Plus, I'm busy, so I would appreciate if you gave me some space.
Even though we have crucial intel to share?
Fine, I'm listening.
Do you intend to share it via the Dodo communication device?
Ordinarily, I would, but this is a unique situation. I think it's best that we discuss it in person. See you at the Curatorium.
All right then. So, what's the situation?
The rest of the team is still out working on their missions and evacuations, but we've decided to fill you in on the most crucial information first.
Sandrone, you were right. Columbina is most likely still alive.
That's the best news we've received in a while, by a long way.
Random locations. Appearing in reverse order? Are you serious? So not dying isn't enough for the moon goddess, huh? She has to show off too. Anyway, does this mean we can deduce her condition from the moon marrows?
Miss Androne, there's nothing wrong with simply admitting that you're happy to hear the good news.
I'm not. And she's the least of our problems. We're facing a huge crisis. If she can't control the flow of time in there, she's just gonna keep moving backwards. Different points in time won't intersect, and she'll never find a way out.
Let's say life begins with a drop of water. When did time begin? The moment this planet came into being? No, that's not right. Her final destination would be the moment at which the space she is in was created.
But it doesn't seem like we can influence that space from the outside world. So how can we help her? Also, if she's alive, Rerir and Thelindis might be too. But as far as we know, neither of them have come back out. That space may not have an exit at all.
I'm afraid I must concur with Miss Nefer in this.
Can't exactly argue with that. Let's leave it there for now. I've taken notes on everything you said.
Will it help with your research?
I doubt it's gonna help with breaking Dottore energy fields. But who knows when it might come in handy. Better to have it all written down than try to remember everything when I need it. All right, I need to get back to my research. Mr. Albedo has made a lot of suggestions that will require my undivided attention.
Sure, I'll stay here. I have things to work on. Paimon, are you there? Oh, right. She went with Varka to Natlan, didn't she? Good thing we've moved her and the Traveler's luggage in here. Speaking of the Traveler, where could they be? There's a note from Paimon.
Paimon here. Not in at the moment, but if anyone needs to borrow her stuff or the Travelers, go ahead and help yourself. Paimon won't be mad. Also, Traveler, if you get back before Paimon, make sure to get some rest. Paimon misses you a lot, but put your health first, all right?
How sweet. Well, since you offered, Paimon, don't mind if I do. This is the Traveler and Paimon's luggage. All the items they use day to day are here. It's well organized. I wonder which of them is responsible for that. What do we have here?
Among the daily necessities Oh Gott, das Wort schon wieder. Among the daily necessities, there's a photo.
The camera captured a special moment that can only occur between people who are close to one another. You can really sense how the photographer feels about their subject. I wonder why this picture was placed outside. Is it because Paimon recently looked at it?
There's also a thick adventure notebook, handbook in here. A record of Nisha's achievements and memories in Teyvat.
This must belong to the traveler. Perfect. I'll use this. Hang in there. We'll find you.
Ach, ihre komische Voodoo-Masche da. Bitte was?
Polonia. Search keyword world formula and bring me all relevant books.
Collect the correct document. Oh mein Gott, ich kann den fucking Robo steuern. Und er ist lahmarschig. Na gut. Finde ich, dass seine Bewegungen etwas sehr ruckelig wirken, wenn man ihn dreht. Aber okay. Achso, sie ist im Flagship jetzt auf einmal. Wieso hat sie auf einmal jetzt hier ihr Labor quasi eingerichtet, privat? Okay. Search ready content. Scan. Oh, fuck my life. Ancient log. Carter Sherbius. We were assigned to the same lab. I was nervous at first, since everyone said that he was a child prodigy. Since the disaster, such people are more precious than ever. I had thought that an institute star recommended by higher-ups might be more full of himself. But he's much better than I expected. He's just not the most sociable thought. No, obvious symptoms. I made a huge mistake and knocked over an ancient geometry machine that took a lot of effort to bring back from the desert ruins. The machine came to life and made a huge mess of things. So, he's a lot younger than me, he's really smart. I can't believe that's how he managed to tame the machine. Maybe taming isn't the right word. Maybe the other engineers will look down on me for using it. But it really did feel like taming. I know modern clockwork machines well enough, so I can see the huge technological gulf between the two, even disregarding construction. We will make little meaningful progress if we do not resolve the power issue. But I still have to be careful. I've never seen Alain angry, and I don't want to find out what he looks like when he gets angry. A few minor symptoms. Took the day off. I can hardly believe it. Alain came to visit me, and even brought his sister. She's a lovely little lady, and unafraid of strangers. A fine day indeed. We discussed the idea of thinking, of a thinking machine based on gems and tape circuits. I used the word discuss, but actually I just said things like, oh, that's really amazing. How will you do that? Whenever he paused and didn't make any real contributions. He was really into it, so he behaved very differently than he usually does in the lab. His little sister is probably way smarter than I, a research assistant. It seems there are interesting upsides to having my disease flare up, but I'd prefer to return to the institute and help as soon as I can. The additional machines got here. The previous ones are no longer usable since they were completely dismantled, but it did clear up a lot of things, at least according to him. Something about being driven by the elements and the ley lines. Interaction we cannot recreate with our current level of industrial precision and material science. I helped to compile the report, but there's too much I couldn't understand. Apparently, lots of people are secretly unhappy that Elaine is getting more research resources than they are. But if you ask me, everyone's smarter than me, and they shall get along. We'll make the world a better place that way. His sister said that some of their friends will be joining the institute. I'm looking forward to meeting them. No obvious symptoms. Oh, es ist lang. Joined the lab as new partners, but now the conversations are doubly confusing. Oh, I understand every word on its own just fine, but once I string them all together, I can't make heads or tails of it. Jacob is really the only one even close to being on the same level as me. I feel ashamed just writing that, and looking for reassurance for a child as young as he is. I feel like I've lost all the self-respect a grown-up should have. Based on the research on prime energy machinery? Egal. Seems like they decided to adopt this name. Elaine and Renee are thinking about trying to use the heuristics of Ocean Pneuma to construct a new kinetic core. A few minor symptoms. Warte mal, René war doch der Dude, der irgendwie in der World Quest doch dann der Boss am Ende war, oder? Ich glaube ja. I may have contributed. Well, maybe. I went on a picnic with Elaine, his sister Renee, and Jacob. It was technically supposed to be field research, but the idea came from Elaine's sister and me. We thought they lived all too little outside of their research, so we asked the Institute's director to arrange something. Patrick was not exactly the most exciting place, but the scenery is quite lovely. Since you can see the great waterfall, I brought a camera from the Institute to take photos for them. I do hope we'll have more outings like this one. Especially since that means more opportunities to take photos of his sister. Okay. After all, Elaine is always working. Given how he will not be with his sister as she grows up, these photos will come in handy later when he begins to regret not spending more time with her. Then you'll be able to see how she was at different times, and it won't sting quite so much. Only my family had enough money for a camera, and if only things hadn't gone so wrong. I'm sure my mom would have taken lots of photos of me. War das nicht vor 500 Jahren oder so? Ah ne, vor 500 Jahren kommt nicht ganz hin, da war die Katastrophe. Vor 100? 200? Wie auch immer. Renee and Jacob like Elaine's sister a lot, too. When the four of them hang out, she sometimes acts like an older sister to them, despite being the youngest. Fascinating dynamic. Seems to be interested in the ruins and the stone statues here. Renee also mentioned something about a troop and seals. Even though we went out there to have a bit of fun for once, we were still thinking about research. No obvious symptoms. Took a day off. Elaine's sister came to see me along with Jacob. Elaine and Renee couldn't make it because the experiment is at a critical stage. They didn't have to tell me any of that, of course. That I was able to help at all despite my limited abilities is already fulfilling. I hear that Elaine and the Institute's director came to see me, separately. While I was unconscious, I feel bad that they came all this way for nothing. I wasn't even awake. Still taking time off, but I hope to go back and help them again soon. Der Text kommt mir gerade irgendwie bekannt vor. I found out that they were graduates from the Narzissenkreuz Institute, and that made me really happy. They talked about the director and the vice director, as well as the adventures, and it made me feel like a kid again. The only detail that didn't make sense was the cake the vice director made, because it felt like punishment when we had it. Was ist eigentlich aus dem komischen Hillichul-Dude geworden aus dem Knast in Fontaine? Der ist ja irgendwie in die weite Welt hinausgereist. Lebt er wohl noch? Trifft man ihn nochmal wieder irgendwann? Oder ist ein Charakter wie Jed, den man nie wieder sieht. Naja. After the disaster, I lost contact with pretty much all my friends. I'm so happy that they were able to find each other again. I wonder how my friends are doing. They're probably trying to rebuild the Narzissenkreuz Institute. I've got to go check it out next time. Talked about the thinking machine again. I had an idea about making a thinking camera that would take photos of those precious to him while he's busy. He thought it was kind of pointless, but that it had security and surveillance applications. I did it. The light bulb came on. I was lucky to have recovered in time to witness this historical moment. It's quite a pity, but I hope Renee and Jacob will make the breakthroughs of their own on their own research topics. Ah, I also hope they get better assistance than me. No obvious symptoms. Took the day off. There were several visits while I was unconscious. It's a shame. All I could do is read the letters they left behind. Jacob left me a note inviting me to his and Renee's lab. There's something they want to talk to me about. I hope I can get out of bed soon. Anne brought flowers for me, but they had already wilted by the time I woke up. Took the day off. I was able to get out of bed today. This is where I first met Elaine. For a time afterwards, I documented the experimental procedures and phenomena based on his oral descriptions while standing here for the first time. He was trying to start up the machinery below in an ill-fitting lab coat. Renee and Jacob later entered through the door, and Elaine would temporarily forget to act the young genius, rushing towards them like an energetic kid. Here I bore witness to the first successful controlled annihilation reaction. The brilliant light cast a deep, dark shadow, and I believe history was made in that moment. With someone like me so excited I knocked over the ink bottle, play a role in an event that will go down in history? Behind the locked door on the other side is Renee and Jacob's lab. It seems access was limited due to the dangerous nature of their research. They are destined to become towering figures in history. I guess Eddie moved to another lab based on his plan once the energy problem was solved. He would study kinematics. I'll go greet him later. I wonder how Anne is doing now. What manner of beauty will she grow up to be? I stopped writing here. I don't have much time left. I hope everything goes well. Keywords not located. Aha. Okay, das ist kürzer. Autonique Sermon Dictation concerning the Apocalypse. ASDC. In light of the formal and rigorous proof outlined above, I believe that the correct term for this situation is Fortuna. It is an ancient Lemurian technology, a wisdom unparalleled. I never imagined Lemurian ideas would be so similar to the computation graphs that I have named the world formula. This is strong evidence. Irgendwas war da, ja? Human civilization is bound to lose its potential amid ongoing exploration and evolution. Humanity's decline is, in truth, unfolding at this very moment. Put it bluntly, ladies and gentlemen, the apocalypse draws near. This is not a hallucinatory babbling of some wandering monk from Sumeru, rather it is a logical deduction grounded in reason and natural philosophy. Please take a look at this diagram. Beneath the most hidden of all hidden, the number of cycles, that is, the number of higher particles, can now only be 4. No new world cycle can be generated through reconciliation. In other words, the end of this current samsara is the end of infinite light. Ah. Okay. Now I get it, kinda. Das hier ist der letzte Zyklus. Aus irgendwelchen Gründen kann man keinen weiteren hiernach erschaffen. The sparks of civilization are all but extinguished, unless you begin to consider introducing variables beyond the existing system after all. The world is itself the external manifestation of a dream, and therefore... Aha, ja gut. Ja, ich habe so ein paar Sachen mittlerweile nachgelesen. Hauptsächlich, warum Leute immer vom Primordial One von Fanes reden, aber anscheinend in dem Buch aus Encyclopedia, Sun and Moon, wurde er so genannt. So genannt. Und es wurden wieder zig Parallelen gezogen zu bestehenden Sachen aus Honkai Impact und anscheinend irgendeinem anderen Ding, was noch davor war. Und das Ganze spielt ja eh im Honkai Universe irgendwie. Und ja, mal schauen. Keyword World Formula Located. Nee, ich will weiterreden, lesen. Ach, diesmal darf ich das, Gott sei Dank, okay. Also, es ist noch eine Schriftrolle, oh Gott. Ancient Notes. So it's a shame, we'll have to miss it. I was looking forward to Coppelius' new work. Ever since he was a child, he's always been incredibly talented. Out of consideration for everyone's safety, it has been decided that the Institute shall close. Driven by the energy and vigor of youth, the young ones are clamoring to go out and do battle. I hope someday they will understand the importance of prioritizing post-disaster reconstruction over marching off to die. I feel that it shan't be long before we must depart. We've chosen a good piece of land near the Fontaine of Lucine as the post-relocation site. They even say they want to use the land to build an opera house. They had sooner set faces aflame with shame and laughter. To think that anyone could be so comical. We are going to pay our respects at Basil's grave. I hope it all turns out like Emmanuel said. However, it's the Institute's responsibility to support gifted and talented youths. Met with the newly appointed Eodex, he has a peculiar temperament. Seems much more reliable than Leon and those other clowns. If all goes well, it has the potential to completely revolutionize our understanding of Clockwork Mecha. The proposed methodology and plan are reliable, worth paying more attention. The results of early phases have been satisfactory. We will increase our investment. Carter's leave requests have been increasing in frequency. Better have someone keep an eye on him. He may be having financial difficulties. Not like it's possible for it to be a family matter. After some consideration, I decided to enroll them and temporarily assign them to the same lab. However, I'm concerned about the impact of their joining after Elaine on the mental state of others. Must keep careful watch. Still unconscious during the visit, so couldn't speak. Decided to take a blood sample and see if there's a cure or a way to mitigate it. Also, the proposed research land is expected to face challenges in obtaining recognition. I believe it holds significant practical value, so it justifies approval. Toxins remains in the soil and water have not yet been fully neutralized. The water is producing deformed oceanids. In a way, this could be a reflection of previous events. I only just learned that these are Karl's adopted children. It's a shame that the Kreuz Institute no longer exists. This should be the biggest breakthrough in a century. It will change all of society. The report mentioned movements. I'll have to find a chance to talk to Emmanuel about it. Keyword not located. Ancient log, Elaine Guillotine. My assigned assistant doesn't seem very reliable. Unlikely that the power source of those war machines can be used at the moment was far too dangerous. I guess I'm to seek out other such mysterious machines. No progress worth reporting today. Went out with Anne under my adoptive father's watchful eye to seek inspiration at sites where battle took place. Ran into Renee and Jacob. Ugh. The assistant doesn't seem reliable, caused some accidents, just another obstacle to overcome. This kind of machine seems to take arbitrary external forms. Quite interesting. Research will focus on power source. Researched primarily machines. Assistant took a day off. Ask Anne for help. We summoned Renee and Jacob to the director of the institute. Research primarily machines. Assistant took off the day off. Ask Anne for help. Suggested she join the institute, but she wasn't interested. Research, blah blah blah. My assistant isn't back. I go to pay a visit. Found Renee and Jacob's adoptive father with my own adoptive father's help. The supplementary blah have arrived. Should be able to make progress now. Assistant seems to be in good spirits. Probably just a minor illness. Research primarily machines. Renee and Jacob joined the institute. They've been assigned to my project. Field research today. Interesting machine statue. Research primarily machines. Research primarily machines. My adoptive father visited, but I was too busy to host him. Anne scolded me. I remember to apologize next time I see him. Research, blah, assistant took day off. On the threshold of a major breakthrough, assistant took day off. Too busy to visit. Anne scolded me. I'll go tomorrow. On the threshold of a major breakthrough. Forgot about the visit. I'm sorry. Will invite everyone to go with me. Took the day off. Assistant took the day off. Went to visit. An idea, a virtual neural network based on a vast quantity of thinking. Who needs a set of logic trees. Aha. Ja, KI quasi, okay. Cameras. Research, prime energy machines. Assistant took day off. Take day off. Blah blah blah. Research, prime energy machines. When Jacob went to begin conducting their own research day. Assistant took day off. Breakthrough patent application based too annoying. Forget it. Assistant's condition seems alright. Still a little worried. Considering the gap in medical technology. Advise assistant to go to Sumeru. Took the day off. Research machine kinematics next. Must make a materialist. Materials list. Also, visit. It said a bigger lab has been prepared for the kinematics experiments. But I decided not to move for now. Visit. Being urged to move the lab several times. But if the lab is moved, my assistant might not be able to find it. A pain. Visit, moved my lab. Irrelevant engineering blueprint. Keyword not located. Oh, thank God. Okay. Hat überhaupt nicht lange gedauert jetzt. Na gut. Werde ich noch weitere Sachen angucken? Wahrscheinlich nicht. Lohnt sich nicht. Hallo. Place.
Let's see. This one is on Tonki's sermon dictation concerning the apocalypse. I believe that the correct term for this is Fortuna. This was an ancient Romorian technology, a wisdom unparalleled. I never imagined that Romorian ideas would be so similar to the diagram I have named, the world formula. This is strong evidence that human civilization should gradually shed possibilities as it continues to explore and evolve. The end of humankind may well be upon us right now. The sparks of civilization shall run out, unless we consider introducing variables from outside the system. Variables. Surely that can only mean one thing. Descenders? Dottore likely captured the traveler because of her descender status. But the Three Moons' authority comes from the world itself. Why would Dottore need anything beyond that? Where does this variable factor in? The world formula calculates the fate of an entire world. Introducing a variable would therefore give us... Polonia, search keyword pathway and bring me all relevant books.
Oh nein, aber was soll denn das jetzt für eine dämliche Quest auf einmal? The research notes of Master Rogerio about the Golden Troop. Comparative studies have been conducted on the surviving ruins of ancient ores from across the land. While they all had different names, the scripts and images left behind support the conclusion that they share the same origin. Ancient scholars believe that all arcane arts originated from a pre-Lemurian civilization. A belief that now seems to be much more than mere speculation. Fortuna seems to be the name of a symphony. Lemurian musicians call it the Musica Mundana, or the Music of Origin. Ich habe das Quelltext, habe ich alle schon mal gelesen. In their eyes, the rise and fall of civilizations, as well as the fates of mortals, are all orchestrated by the movements of a symphony. And when a civilization perishes, a new one is always born in its wake. The philosophical system is complex and enigmatic, bearing almost in relation to modern Fontaine's natural philosophy. However, this is hardly surprising. According to historical records, of Lemuria was brought to ruins. The refugees fell under the Loch Knight Arenia's sway. They willingly forsook the ancient faiths, tongues and writings, embracing a life of devotion to the gods, as our forebears once said. I hinted the matter to the Golden Hunter in an oblique way, since the Madrassi hunters who first pledged themselves to his cause were all descendants of the Loch Knights. Praising the benevolence of Arenia seemed like the safest approach, and inquired about his knowledge of natural philosophy from that era. He was silent for about half a minute, then told me not to approach too deeply into those ancient philosophies, saying there was a reason they had been forgotten. Still, as a gesture of gratitude, the Golden Hunter was willing to tell me the names of these patterns. Ja. The seal of chemical marriage. Whatever. According to him, the symbol is even older than the Lemurian civilization itself, and was one of the gifts bestowed upon King Remus by the Golden Bee. What exactly those were remains unclear. The rise and fall of empires and civilizations, the ascension of mortals and the emanation of light. What is this? Even dreams of surpassing the gods. What is this? All of these can be represented by this formula. Can't understand it at all. He declined to elaborate, and so I can only record these matters here, as they were told to me, in the hopes that those who come after me, after might one day decipher the meaning. Keyword not located. Autumnique sermon dictation explications on the chemical marriage. Fundamentally, what the ancient orders designated as marriage was in essence an interpenetration of ontologically distinct orphans. As you can see, it is a magic set in motion. Magique set in motion by the three particles above the kingdom. Yet its metaphysical origin lies in the emanations of the four particles beneath the firmament. The alchemists of Krai are prone to disregard metaphysical sentiment and effect, pursuing instead the gold of the ignorant within the material world. It is for this reason that the crude inquiry cannot be compared to the great undertaking we are to achieve today, and one that is founded on an ancient Lemurian-style theory. 3 pertains to appearance, while 4 pertains to intrinsic. 7 obtains through their overlap, constitute the number of paths for vertical transcendence. We designate this process of overlap as marriage. For the union of the two through a meditating medium is akin to the matrimonial covenant of those bound in mutual love. Observe and compute the pathway displayed in the guidance diagram. Deconstructing and reversing its effects could generate potential ideas. Nevertheless, there is one thing everyone must keep in mind. Solve the first half of the equation. Leave the second unattacked. But you have all in the clear light and some, though not all in the dark. This is not because they possess any sanctity, whatever, that renders them untouchable, but because they offer no benefit whatsoever to the world formula. Only mediocre minds, foolish beyond a certain measure, would actively seek to trespass upon such prohibitions. Because in the eyes of the ignorant, taboo and precious are semantically identical. They fail to recognize that, in most cases, taboo, like convention, lacks merit for deeper inquiry. Take it. What we speak of is the act of overlaying your dream upon the dream of gods, of overlaying your law, your will and the starry sky, upon ineffable sacrifice and despair. We do not speak of following emanations to achieve ascension to the ranks of gods. This is a base stream, doomed to perish within an eggshell. What I aim to teach you all is the principle of transcendence, the infinite expanse, and the innumerable stars within it. You, too, must act in this manner, unbound by any constraint. To choose division for the sake of convergence is the necessary path of marriage. At its core, magic is the science and art of effecting change according to the consciousness. Marriage is the instrument through which the art is realized. It is neither the subject that creates art, nor the object that art is created upon. The subject is always and can only ever be consciousness itself. One who is free from the weakness of consciousness bows neither to the goods nor death. Oh boy. Keyword passage located. Nein, nein, nein. Das ist gefährlich nah. Noch was rechts? Nee. Ancient Lock. It seems like the ordinary diary machines can no longer satisfy him. As a result, the director used national resources to obtain something truly horrifying. Rumor has it that someone was nearly killed. I hope this will help him achieve his research objectives. It's even got him some rare diary mechanical parts being studied by some mirror researchers as part of the package. Things went out of control for a third time. Guillotine may be willing to risk his own life, but that doesn't mean the rest of us feel the same. I came up with an emergency damage control strategy, and I hope we won't need to use it before he finishes his kinematics research. However, given his personality, it seems unlikely that he will ever truly complete that research. It seems that his experiments into machines were intended to create a mechanical dog as proof of his accomplishments in kinematics and material science. It's actually a good idea and could be showcased in the city. And the creature is much more personable and likable compared to the automated turret next door. At least he lived long enough to be poached by the Marachaussee hunters. It wasn't easy for us to survive this long, either. But what will we do with this blasted crazy killing machine? It can repair itself. Whatever, that's a problem for future generations. Okay. Guillotine wurde von den Marachaussee-Huntern gejagt, oder was? Und der hat irgendeine riesige Killermaschine, also, ja, doch eine riesige Killermaschine gebaut. Ich erinnere mich nicht mehr an die Maschine, falls wir die gesehen haben. Ancient Log, Jacob Ingold. Anyway, when it comes down to it, our research... Nee, Jacob war der Dude, der, glaube ich, in der Quest durchgedreht ist, oder? Anyway, when it comes down to it, our research directions are different, so I applied for a new research lab with the director. But there's nothing for it anyway. Elaine is incredibly intelligent, but he only trusts himself, and doesn't trust our observations or accomplishments unless he reaches the same conclusions through his own calculations. Well, it's okay, since Elaine is making the world a better place in his own way. I trust him because this is the world that Anne lives in. Even though the Institute is full of people, I don't have many friends besides Carter. It feels like everyone kinda dislikes us. René managed to acquire something powerful research. Apparently these appeared after the disaster, and are very dangerous for most people. But I feel okay, maybe my constitution really has gotten a lot better. I helped René out. When I visited him, I found out that he also attended the Thyssenkreuz Institute. We didn't tell him about the police director abandoning us, or it would have made him sad. If only we could have helped him just like I was helped. After discussing it with René, he finally agreed to give it a try. He said since it's dangerous, everything needs to be made clear to Carter, and he must make the judgment himself as it concerns his own life. But if it's successful, then he survives just like I did. Keyword not located. Following Guillotine's Following Guillotine's instructions, the research went well. We've created a clockwork makeup that can release energy. To be honest, we no longer need to call it a clockwork machine as it doesn't rely on elastic potential. It will be compelling to see what results he achieves next in kinematics. There's no way old-fashioned clockwork maker can withstand such power output. Even young geniuses must stumble now and then. The thought of using this sort of unstable energy source is impressive. So we have long observed these unique energies in Fontaine's atmosphere, water and organisms. It has always been regarded as a latent threat rather than a potential resource. Aren't there a few young geniuses too many to nowadays? The director is pleased, sure, but won't someone spare a thought for us ordinary people? I mean, not all of us are as simple-minded as Sherbios. Ah, der Dude. It received a very high rating. If the patent were to be granted, the potential financial gain would be considerable. However, I decided to decline the opportunity because the machine was practically all Guillotine's work, and I can take no credit there. My family was quite angry about it, but as an engineer one must have at least a little dignity and self-awareness. Still making improvements and output efficiency has increased. Seems to have been specially recruited, that's good. He had continued that line of research, who knows what horrors he might have unleashed. At this stage we have to pull out. The director says everyone will be given a position and research resource after reconstruction. But I'm afraid if it were me, I would use this as an excuse for a major shakeup. People like me won't get recalled anyway. Never mind, I've been pretty happy these past few days. I guess I consider it my retirement. I'll go to the city and open a small workshop. Repairing watches for folks. Cameras too. Right, I see if I can make a waterproof clock. With the way things are going, I might make a killing in the future. Ach, das ist der komische Shop neben der Adventurers Guild wahrscheinlich, oder? Bestimmt. Keyword not located. Wehe, hier sind alle guten Dinge 3. Ist hier noch irgendwo eine dämliche Bank mit Dokumenten? Ja. Warum zieht sich das jetzt so lang?
Otonki Sermon Dictation. Explications on the Chemical Marriage. These titles are pretty esoteric. Observe and compute the pathway displayed in the guidance diagram. Deconstructing and reversing its effects could generate potential ideas. So, it's one of Renee's draft lectures. Deconstructing the pathway. I suppose that could lead to a breakthrough. This is so long. This guy sure loves showing off his knowledge. Polonia. Search keyword tree model and bring me all relevant books.
Moment, ich muss meine Brille wieder wegpacken, beziehungsweise mein Brillenputztuch. So. Tree Model, okay. Gibt's noch einen Scheißtisch? Nein. Und da sind wieder so viele Dokumente. Ach komm. Das habe ich gerade echt so eine kleine Zusammenfassung der World Quest, kann das sein? Mit den wichtigsten Daten, die man wissen muss. Wieder 5 Bücher. The History of the Decline and Fall of Remuria, Collected Edition. The ocean gave birth to all, yet also devoured everything. Legend has it that in the first era, the earliest peoples were self-supporting in their virtue, needing to know laws or authorities. The envoys of the heavenly city walked the earth, and with their guidance, people enjoyed enduring peace, prosperity, and abundance from the ancient days. This heaven-blessed reign lasted countless generations until people grew tired of the inscrutable eternity. The offspring ceased to listen to the oracles, instead they desired things never promised to them by the divine, trying to break free from their fate. Enraged by their behavior, heaven sent gigantic waves to smash the settlers' cities. 100 days of rain came afterward, and the roaring tides drowned all sin and arrogation, and thus were the early peoples brought to an end. When the tide receded and the earth was revealed again, no cities nor civilizations now stood above the high waters. Survivors and the newborn alike lived amidst the forests and rivers, shorn of all knowledge and wisdom. Human lives were no different from those of wild animals, on the earth or on the sea, driven on by the laws of nature, muddling through time with neither beginning nor end. Until the years passed, the throne of Gurabat was established and overturned in the far south. Oh, Sumeru lore. And the noble kindred of the east once reached the rim of the high waters. All while our ancestors remained bound by ignorance and superstition. Civilization and order were finally restored to a land named Fontaine. The day the great King Remus descended upon Meripus in his golden Fortuna. He taught people how to farm and raise crops in the land, and build temples and cities with giant rocks to house the people. Most importantly, it was he who spread the beauty of music and art, which differentiated humans from other living things, causing them to see themselves as masters of all things. With his immortal fleet, Remus conquered all the islands on the high waters. Even the great dragon beneath the abyssal depths submitted to his power. Those were the best days since the end of the earliest peoples, and eternal prosperity seemed so near at hand. The God King and his people indulged in the sweet dreams of carefree lives and fantasies of never-ending progress. However, the seers prophesied discord. The greatest empire will face the most utter destruction, and this is Fortuna. Thus did the God King derive the primordial plan from the 7-day rotation and the flowing winds of sea and land, and composed a harmonious symphony of prosperity. He repeated so long as all the cities echoed with this greatest of songs, they would escape the judgment of fate and at least reach the land of eternal bliss. But thusly do the ancient writers concur. Oceans will rise, empires will fall, and the only constant is change. Das Ding hat 3 Seiten. Warum? Hatten die anderen Bücher auch 3 Seiten? Nee, oder? Ich hoffe nicht. Ich gucke gleich nochmal nach, falls ich die nochmal anklicken kann, aber okay. Ja, wir sind mittlerweile 3 Uhr nebenbei. Greatness and glory unto Remuria and its immortal ruler Remus, king of all under heaven and universal harmmost. Today the glamour and luxury of the bygone eternal sea is beyond the imagination of even the most knowledgeable scholars. As you sailed past the ocean pillars along the royal fairway, to the giant port playing host of Fortuna, the imperial ship, you would have first seen a lofty tower. The Tower of Remuria was not built to receive heavenly oracles, but to guide ships traveling between islands and the high waters. It is said that the tower stood at the border of reality and dreams. Even the sailors were to be lured into slumber by sirens. They could follow the sound of the bell to break through the mist and find their way to Remuria. Continuing along the royal fairway leading to Machimos, where the brave Remurian warriors lived. The grand temples and arenas were built with giant carved rocks to commemorate the city's glory and victory. The solid and towering walls are decorated with glaze and gold. Bronze and marble statues aerate the land, and gold, spices, and specialties from the world over piled up in the markets. Traveling through Machimos, you would arrive at Capitolium, the center of Remuria, overflowing with delightful aromas and beautiful melodies. It was a paradise for artists, where only the most outstanding intellectuals and musicians were allowed. Even among them, however, only a small fraction enjoyed the privilege of serving the God King. Here, all the theaters and palaces were established in shapes most harmonious. The beams and domes are adorned with the most sumptuous and intricate carvings. And centered on a golden palace of towering copper pillars, the king resting peacefully at the heart of the palace. Listen closely to every melody and every note coming from every corner of the empire. Upon hearing any discord, the God King will correct it immediately, with a pluck of his strings, bring perfection to the symphony of his empire. To keep all the people up in the high water from destroying the symphony of universal harmony, King Remus promoted 4 humans of great capability to high posts. He shared his power and authority with them, making them his partners in governance, the Harmosts for all cities, to eliminate all discordant sounds. To spread the harmonious symphonies throughout the world, he built far-reaching fairways, which conveyed the melodies as never-ending ripples from Capitolium to every corner what sat above the high waters. Yet fate's decree was not for even such a gods to defy, and to even attempt to escape destiny's judgment was a mortal sin, amongst the God King's sins. The most terrible was that attempt to pass power that should have been reserved for the godly domain of humans, to humans. Thus this power and statues led to corruption and decadence, leading to violence and revolts. Such is fate's cunning that it uses the very powers that rebel against it. To its own ends, when the day of destiny arrived, Remuria, the grand immortal city, faced an inevitable end. Today the God King's melody is played only in Capitolium, and his mighty reign has ended. Thusly do the ancient writers concur. Oceans will rise, empires will fall, and the only constant is change. Humans and their naivety once believed that the reign of the King Remus and his eternal city would surpass time and fate to last thousands of years. Just like the giant rocks comprising the winged ritual sites. Until the day when the earth collapsed all at once, the tall tower was uprooted and drowned in the titanic waves alongside the great hall of pillars. Until that day when the royal fairways and temples were reduced to ruins, and the city along with its residents, warriors, intellectuals, nobles, and even the golden palace, as glamorous as the shining sun, fell into a chasm of eternal darkness. That was the moment when the absurdity of their eternity finally dawned on them. Glory to our noble navigator, the ruler of rivers and seas, the queen of all waters. May she defend the law and may her reign and may her reign be long. Peace be upon all the realms of Fontaine, and all the people under the heavens. When the warrior city collapsed, the great power shattered, and people above the high water were perched on the precipice of barbarism and annihilation. It was our noble queen who settled the conflicts between the tribes. Around the flowing springs we established cities new, and started a world guided by laws that has endured to this day. The tragedy of Remuria occurred merely a century ago. But its history has already become concealed in legends and superstitions. This does partly come down to the fatal catastrophe that destroyed it. So ruthless and swift was disaster that all researchers and literature capable of passing down said knowledge now sleep beneath the waters with the Eternal City. Another key reason is the purposeful distortions created by the mysterious creatures who claim to be descendants of Remuria. My job is to extract and reproduce the true essential shape of this magnificent ancient civilization, with the universal rationality of history. In certain folklore that exists today, even the greatest of ancient scholars have been painted as soul-stealing magisters who entrapped mortal spirits within specially made magical golems, binding them into service. To be sure, the Lemurians did make such terrifying golems, which to this day may be found ruined out in the wild. But this may only be blamed upon the mortal degeneration that came upon them in Remuria's latter days. Ach, das kommt mir so bekannt vor, der Text. People had forsaken their noble duties and embraced hedonism and debauchery, accepting the violence they inflicted on others, and thus were they also violently destroyed. Thus as the ancient writers concur. Oceans will rise and pass and fall, blah blah blah, and the only constant is change. Oh boy. Great Detective Herlock, the Alchemist and the Clockwork Saint, Chapter 6. So the story ends like this. Herlock sat down and lit his pipe. But the rest of us, wherever it was, Agent Gina, Miss Jacoba, or the Commissioner, Miss Aichi, looked at one another in confusion. You must remember that the locations of the 4 previous cases were equidistant. There was a symmetrical pattern between the time, space, and even the first letters of the 4 victims' names, Herlock said. Herlock, Sherlock, This is also why Gina's deduction was completely off the mark. The murderer knew that she, possessing basic knowledge of the mystic arts, would assume that the followers of the Lilia Cruz's order would treat the patient as a necessary ritual sacrifice. So the culprit led her believe that her assumption was entirely correct. But when Duke's son Germanus, departed, he clearly said that everything was beyond redemption, and the next case would also. Agent Gina protested somewhat reluctantly. He's only a genius when it comes to mechanics, and everything else he is just an ordinary person. Herlock paused and continued. He's always been the type to like things he can't fully understand, just like you, Gina. I get it. Miss Jacoba shouted suddenly, My dear Herlock, now everything's crystal clear. The 4th victim's death wasn't a carefully planned murder. It was pure coincidence. He only wanted to kill those 3 unfortunate gentlemen to avenge his comrades from the Eliacris's order. But the traps, he said, weren't limited to just those 3 locations. He was worried what the plan might fail, since the 3 victims were all well-protected figures. After all, so he added a few extra traps. Yet he never expected that, with Gina's interference, the plan would go far more smoothly than intended. Das ist echt das richtige Buch jetzt gerade, interessant. Miss Jacoba, please don't speak as if I were the accomplice. Agent Gina's face turned as red as a sunset as she protested indignantly. Was? Indignant. Oh Gott, das ist echt. Alter, meine Augen tun weh. Es ist spät. Indignantly, how adorable, indeed. Herlock said calmly. It was unclear whether he meant that Miss Jacoba's deductions were correct or that Agent Gina was indeed an accomplice. Most of the experiments devices proposed by the Liacris order are built based on simple, basic tree model logical structures. They do not recognize their own masters, following only the comments they were initially given, so they end up killing said masters. This is why I keep saying, don't put too much trust in Clockwork Mecha. Unlike humans, machines have no heart. I remained silent as usual, but Miss Jacoba glanced at me with what seemed like a hint of puzzlement. What's wrong? Why are you standing there in silence? Is there something on your mind? No, I just didn't expect the truth to be so simple. Of course, my understanding of Clockwork Mecha cannot compare to that of the Duke's son Germanus, but I've done a bit of research. Suggests that those mechanisms were merely activated by Mr. Marcellus' mishandling seemed a bit too contrived. But to imply that there was another mastermind behind it all felt like verging into the territory of conspiracy theories. After all, no one besides us could have pulled off the operation I envisioned. so I decided to abandon further speculation, choosing instead to enjoy the reactions of the adorable Agent Gina. Oh Gott, meine Stimme. Hehe, this is why you don't understand deduction. Agent Gina seemed to have regained her confidence. Not to mention her mild sense of superiority over me. Excitedly, she raised a finger. Isn't there a saying that goes something like, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains forever? Stop right there. That's fun to something, mass Rob something story. We don't have the publishing rights from their publisher. Okay. Ja. Okay. Sherlock took another drag of his pipe. He seemed to be lost in thought once more. Regardless, this case came to an abrupt close. A person who did not manage to witness the end, a person who did not manage to achieve his ideals, a person who indulged in fairy tales, who dreamed of following the hero he admired, yet never saw his dream fulfilled. Someone who had everything, someone who lost everything, someone who woke up, someone who would never wake again. Unstinting in sacrifice, unflinching in farewell, undaunted by pain. Yet in the end, the sacrifices remained only sacrifices. The partings remained only partings. Clocks tick through tranquil years. Fish swim in crystalline springs. No matter how grand the dream is, it will fade away like this. Forlorn, wordless, silent. And after that... Keyword V-Model located. Ja, noch 3. Können die nicht mal kurz sein? Also ganz kurz. The Biography of Guillotine, Deluxe Edition. Chapter 7, Guillotine in his later years. No one can know the root cause of every incident in the world. Humans are neither wise enough to predict the future nor able to stop unfortunate accidents from occurring. It's a shame, there's nothing more to say. Elaine Guillotine, in response to a question about his early years from Nellie Cochran, chief editor of the Steambird. After retiring from the Fontaine Research Institute, Guillotine declined all invitations from the Palais Vermonia and civic organizations from the Court of Fontaine. Instead, he withdrew to the Barrel region, countryside, living in near total isolation from society. Notwithstanding, even prior to this, the reclusive old man had never formed any deep connections with others. If we were to take Madame Nellie Cochran at her word, then Elaine Guillotine was at heart a lonely shut-in, always burdened by a profound sense of insecurity. It was for this reason that he maintained a detached attitude toward others. As if by pretending to be unperceptive, he could hide the keen sensibility of his spirit. He could not ease his own pain, nor share it with anyone. All he could do was enclose it like a pearl within the shell of his heart, shaping and polishing it with his very flesh and blood. Of course, Guillotine students would not accept such claims, dismissing them as attention-seeking nonsense and nothing more than a smear on their master's reputation. This was the main reason why Rogier Cortez, the third director of the Fontaine Research Institute, filed a lawsuit against the Steambird. He never employed any servants to tend to his daily needs. There were rumors that in his youth he had created a mechanical device capable of independent thought and had used it to assist him in his work with Mary Ann, Guillotine at the Mercy Phantom. As a result, he had no need for servants. He only needed to create more of the same device. However, such claims were clearly at odds with the facts. The personal effects that Guillotine left behind after his death include nothing of this nature, and so-called mechanical devices capable of independent thought are entirely inconsistent with the ideas he expressed in his manuscripts, also höchstwahrscheinlich ja Sandroni. As he wrote in Hierarchical Calculating Machines and Intelligence, the real question isn't whether machines can think, but whether humans can. Fontaine Natural Philosophy and Engineering Science Press, 3rd edition, section 13, page 5. We have every reason to believe that paragraph 5. We have every reason to believe that whatever contraptions Guillotine crafted in his workshop in his later years were deliberately destroyed long ago. After all, it's hardly uncommon for an engineer to discard their designs. Popular fiction has offered many flights of fancy about these contraptions. Yet all such tales contradict the surviving evidence. Nevertheless, we must recognize that as a cultural symbol, Elaine Guillotine's posthumous work has been instrumental in stirring the imaginations of the young. Why? Time Tracker Collected Edition. Das ist doch nur ein Roman jetzt, oder? Ob ich den komplett online finde, dass ich ihn zu Text-to-Speech mache? Aber jetzt bin ich schon fast durch. Jetzt kann ich es auch noch beenden. This is a story from many years ago. After the evening banquet, Miss Aviva, who today would be Lady Nenonen, was as always theatrically grousing to us about all the too swift march of science. So her grasp on engineering is even less firm than her knowledge of Watatsumi Island's soil quality. And of course, she knows nothing about the letter Evo. Warte. Kennen wir die irgendwoher vielleicht? Oh ja, egal. But self-proclaimed interest in engineering was in vogue amongst some ladies and gentlemen at the time. Our ancestors had already conquered this land thousands of years ago, she said as she cleared her throat, twirling her jade-plumed and blue gem-encrusted folding fan while endeavoring in vain to wear a visage of despondency. And a few hundred years ago, they conquered the oceans with ease using new diving equipment. Today, some noble young folk have suddenly got it in their heads to use a so-termed gravimeter to break free from the Earth's shackles and conquer the skies. And surely I fear the dream may yet become reality in the near future. Indeed, it is just as you say, humans, what a mighty and energetic species, with such a great wisdom. No matter the circumstances, humans ever seek to change their living conditions with unimaginable passion. This steam editor immediately opined, in truth, when it comes to mechanical engineering and theory, humanity is already on par with the Creator. They have conquered most of the natural world, and by their will they can shape this world anew. That's not what I meant to say, Miss Avia said with an affected sigh. Those distant and dark unknown continents, those ruins hidden deep beneath the seas. All the romantic exploration and trailblazing. Trailblazer? Such great achievements, at which has put the glorious achievements of our sciences and reasoning on full display, have all but become lost to our civilization. Our forebears reached too high and achieved too much, leaving too little for us to explore or conquer. Could there be a sadder fate to befall those ladies and gentlemen amongst us who were born to crave the exploration of the unknown? Here the pretentious invocation of the legendary King Agiadai's words seemed an attempt to prove how truly this state of affairs hurt her. However, everyone simply sat around lazily, at most giving polite nods. Lady Ellie lightly yawned. Seeing how no one answered, Miss Aviva's enthusiasm faded, and she proceeded to switch the topic to next week's ball. This was evidently a more popular topic. Next week's topic, and the stiff atmosphere once again grew lively. Monsieur Rattard was just about to regale us with a tale he had heard in Sumeru regarding a tower. A mage and a glass ball, but before he could begin, Mr. Sirik, who had remained silent till now, interrupted. Good, Miss Aviva, the things you said certainly left an impression on me. He lit a cigarette. However, you need not worry. There is still one space that has yet to be subdued by humanity. Indeed, if the required techniques do not emerge, I fear it will never be. Where's that? Rattard asked, a sullen look on his face. He had been so very confident about his monkey story after all. Time. The room fell silent momentarily before all present broke out into laughter. Ich glaube, ich bin seit einer Dreiviertelstunde am Lesen, mindestens. What preposterous talk. Dr. Rainier declared, trying not to laugh. Firstly, how can time be considered a part of space? Can you separate yourself from time and exist independently in space alone? What do you mean? I mean, to, at this moment, still be speaking to me, and in the next disappear without a trace. Is this possible? Okay, das ist jetzt nur geschrieben wegen dem ganzen Traveler-Gedöns ist jetzt weg und Lumbina ist da auch so am Zeitreisen so ein bisschen. Okay. Das ist zumindest doch relevant in gewisser Weise. Is this possible? He waited for a moment, as if waiting for the others to think. Obviously, anyone with the capacity for a rigorous thought would know for certain that much like length, width, and height, time is also a dimension of space. As such, it is a part of nature and can thus be conquered. Utterly preposterous, the doctor muttered, but did not refute his statement. I've been involved in research of this sort of some time, he continued, and I have come up with a machine that can allow people to traverse through time as they please. This machine will be ready in 2 months. At that time, Miss Aviva, I invite you and all the ladies and gentlemen present here to my workshop to bear witness to humanity's next great achievement, the conquest of time. Miss Aviva did not speak. In fact, from her expression, our noble friend did not understand Mr. Sirik's words at all. Das ist immer noch so viel. 2 months later, we, the steamboat editor, the doctor, Mr. Revilo, Oliver, and others who had attended that evening banquet, came to Cyric's workshop as agreed. Miss Oliver was not there, for she never had much interest in such things, but instead found more meaning in attending a social ball at Salon Caritat. Surprisingly, Cyric had grown older and more frail in just 2 months. In the dim light of the lamp, his once enthusiastic, arrogant expression had hardened into something indifferent and solemn, almost like the emaciated ascetics of the mirror. He welcomed us to take our seats, speaking in a calm tone. "Basil, how is your plan to conquer time progressing? The steamboat editor asked directly. "Where is the time machine you spoke of?" Cyric did not reply. Instead, he pointed to the desk next to him. Our gazes followed, and in the middle of the table was a gold-plated, whale-shaped model airship, about the size of a small clock. Even a non-professional eye could readily discern that the model was of exquisite craftsmanship. Beneath its clear crystal shell, an indistinguishable and formless color flowed over ever so slowly, glowing faintly in the lampshade's shadow. "So," the doctor said, "it took you 2 months to make this little toy that will amaze even Lepartis artisans?" "Certainly looks like nothing special," Cyric said, an inscrutable emotion shining in his eyes that could almost be called pity. "But this is simply a projection the object has left in this moment, just as one can only see a thin line when viewing paper from the side." Lowering nonsense. For some reason, Cyric did not refute the statement, merely asking us in a calm tone to hear him out concerning his time travel experiences. We agreed, and so he began to tell a story. I shall now relate below without interruption from beginning to end. For all of you, it was 2 months ago when I first told you of the idea of a time machine. Similarly, it must have been a week ago when I finished constructing that device and stepped into it, initiating the very first instance of time travel in human history. The strange sensations that came over me as I traveled through time are beyond words, just as there were no words with which one can impress the star's brightness upon a blind person. About 20 minutes after this, though describing time travel by using subjective time is quite meaningless, the machine ceased operation. I looked about me then and realized that I was in a Memorian imperial settlement. The great temples and arenas carved of titanic stone would make the opera epicless hang its head in shame, while the creations of Elaine Guillotine would be little more than a child's wind-up toy before the towering Memorian golems, just as I was beside myself in awe. A few patrolling troops discovered me. Seeing my strange style of dress, they took me to be a spy for the barbarian tribes. They seized me, naming me a lowly slave, a degenerate believer in a false god, and threatened to throw me into a deep cistern to feed the vipers. Fortunately, the local Erdili, I later found out that her name was Ardida Anavana, realized that my identity was anything but ordinary, and had me sent before her. She endured many calamitous grammar and catastrophic accent. At that time I could not even pronounce Remuria, with it coming out something more akin to Emuya, while asking me many questions, which I answered truthfully. Quickly, she accepted the fact that I was from the future and showed me a stone slate that the slaves had recently dug up. The slate was a perfect square, each line and column engraved with 7 symmetrical sequences of symbols. Ach, das ist eine Ding auf dem Papier. Diese Formel, oder was war? Die Variable, irgendwie das. These were not the Memorian script, but rather the characters we use today. Regardless of the manner in which the text was read, or the order, or direction, the information within the text did not change. Take off Brille. It was an elaborate riddle involving dogs, pastures, sea finches, the summer rains, and the song of the roses, the ritual and tiger stripes, and the ordered patterns of rocks. Despite my long-time love of roleplay games, this endless cycle of riddles made me terribly dizzy. For some reason, I knew that I must solve it, no matter the price. I spent half a year doing so alongside our leader, and as it turned out, the key to deciphering it lay with the name of a slave now 30 years dead, while the answer was a date set several hundred years after the Empire's fall. I bade idea farewell and slid back up in the time machine, forwarding myself to that date in hopes of finding the secret behind that stone slate. There I met several Martial Sea Hunters, and they showed me another stone slate, which again had 49 mirrored characters on it that formed another riddle. Again, the answer was a date, one set in a future still further off. Following these stone slates directions, I crisscrossed the fabric of past and future, shuttling back and forth 13 times. Each stone slate's riddle was trickier than the last. One of them could only be cracked using a bad romance novel that would only be published through years hence. The fifth word of the 37th page of that book would form a conjugate with the full name of the 375th Mason Gainash officer from 375 years ago. Another riddle's cipher was based on a white flower that will only bloom several millennia in the future. I know not its name, and its pistil structure is very strange indeed. It might be a mallow of some sort, but I cannot be sure. That flower is nourished by skylark calls. And so, one of the clues to its cipher was the number of ribs on the skylark during Lemurian times. Suppose that is, generally speaking, just how the riddles worked. The final stone slate came from the underground storeroom of the Basil Elton Memorial Museum and had naught but some number on it. 0. I do not know what I was thinking at the moment. After all, setting my destination to 0 is an action utterly devoid of meaning. But I punched the number into my machine all the same and pulled the control lever. After who knows how long, the machine stopped. I sensed that I was floating atop a sea with no waves or tides, for even the wind did not exist at that moment. The sky that loomed overhead was not blue, but a dark red adorned with countless stars. Pale and distant, like salt frost lining the shore. I stared at this very first of oceans, transfixed, and several minutes passed before I realized that there was something shadowy hidden beneath the placid surface. It was the Palais Ammonia, which should not be there. The moment I could hear someone call me by my name. Neven Cyric, the voice called. I turned and was like looking into a mirror. A man, identical to myself, looking me dead in the eye, just as I did to him. Neven Cyric, he continued, you wish to conquer time. No one can do that. It was you who left those riddles behind. It was you who left those riddles behind. He repeated my question as if it was an answer. Those riddles are part of time, and every matching symbol is time itself. The final answer to the riddle of time is 0. There is no answer, instead it is another mystery, for the answer cannot be found in the riddle, he said. The answer to of time's riddle is a mirror, or perhaps I should say that this is the answer that is simplest to comprehend. When two mirrors face each other, time is the infinite reflection of lights therein. Countless diverging, converging, and parallel lights from the illusion we call time. There is no past or future, for the past is the future. As you stand here at moment 0 and look forward along the gap between the two mirrors, all beams of light fall along the same plane, and not one may escape. The Palais Ammonia had already sunk long before it was ever built, and the sunken palace will be raised anew. Joy, sorrow, tears, and death must infinitely recur, for this is the nature of a mirror. Similarly, you can never conquer time, just as you can never grasp your shadow in your hand. Perhaps it was horror or momentary frenzy, but when he finished, I whipped out the firearm I kept for self-defense, leveled it at his head, and pulled the trigger. The room was silent. I did not expect you to believe me, Zurich said as he stood up, his eyes sweeping the room. Just take it as a bunch of bunks that I made up to cover up for my inability to make a time machine. Make of it some lame tale, a dream born purely of delusion. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, I shall take my leave of you. My future self awaits a riddle that I must yet set him. I never saw Zurich Nevin again. Oh, bitte sei kurz. Oh, irrelevant, danke. Irrelevant mechanical blueprint keyword not located. Bin durch. Meister hat Dobby eine Socke geschenkt. So ungefähr. Oh, ich kann wieder still sein.
Most of the experimental devices proposed by the Lilia Crucis Ordo are built based on the simple and basic logical structure of a tree model. Lilia Crucis. Guess they were trying to cover up the name of the Narsissenkreuz Ordo? When Duke St. Germanus departed, he said, "It seems that there's no going back." Alas, he is only a genius when it comes to machines. In all other things, he is but ordinary. Excuse me? I'm sorry. That's just ridiculous. What kind of book is this? Great Detective Herlock, the Alchemist and the Clockwork Saint? Isn't this a novel? Come on. Still, the author swears that they knew Renee well. Whatever. I guess it's not beyond the realms of possibility that Renee would say nonsense like that on occasion. Memory, wishes, souls, and persona. Frankly, this sounds more like occultism, but if Albedo vouches for it, I suppose there must be some alchemical basis to these techniques. The way Alain Guillotin saw it, the world was comprised of machines. The universe needed machines, and thus his technologies were created. That's why I was born. Renee, his full name was Renee de Petrichor, if I recall correctly. Sounds like he and the town must be intricately connected. That place was also the source of most of our information regarding Remurian civilization. Seems like some of his projects were based on their technology. The cutting of souls and storing them in vessels. These seemingly unrelated techniques underpinned Renee's research. Assuming that the 4 Orthants correspond to alchemical categories.
Okay. Elaine hat quasi eine Puppe gebaut, die sich selber darauf halten kann. Und René hat quasi die Seele, den Geist von Elaines Schwester Mary Ann, oder wie auch immer sie jetzt hieß, an die Puppe gebunden. Und daraus entstand Marionette-Sandroni. Okay, check ich schon.
The chemical marriage model? Alain would have scoffed at that. He never would have let those theories or parameters anywhere near his mathematical formulas. What was Alain's view on Renee? I know he mentioned the name, albeit very rarely. Oh, now I remember. Alain's old notes are here too. They mentioned Renee once. Renee seemed most out of sorts when he spoke to me. A lack of sweet foods has dulled his mind, I should think. Either way, his words are not to be believed. Yep, that sounds like Alain. My subordinates actually did a half-decent job digging out all these materials. Makes a change. Good for them. Some of Alain's old files are completely consistent with these records. He must have gotten them from the Tower of Gestalt. I never knew he got his hands on Renee's records that early. Heh, he may have kept them, but he never even attempted to use them. Didn't believe a word they said. Come to think of it, Renee's world formula was filled with calculations of constants. That shows he believed that the fate of the world to be predetermined. As for Alain... it's been too long. I forget what he said. What would he have said? A guy like him, fervent believer in machines, but not headstrong enough. The world can be changed. It is worth persevering. Yes, that's how he used to think at least. He created that procedure to save this world. Yet the scale of the world's fate proved too enormous. The result was beyond his ability to calculate. He died having never seen the outcome. And there I was, left behind in the ashes of his dreams. Did you really never take a close look at Renee's research? Or did you read it but deem his philosophy incompatible with your model? The very thought of trying to incorporate his ideas probably made you feel sick to the stomach. Well, don't worry, because there's a whole new category of lunatic in town. Next to Dottore, every other madman looks sane. You once asked me what I wished for. Should have asked him instead. He's the one pining for things you'd sooner die than witness. Even the tiniest variable can make big waves in the present. Now then, allow me to put these incompatible fragments together in your stead. First, establish and verify the existence of the Great Circle. Absolute nihil on one end, absolute reality on the other. Now, search between these two extremes. Then, the construction criteria. Variables. The sparks of civilization shall run out unless we consider introducing variables from outside the system. Input variables. traverse the world, space-time, and civilization, then extract the essential nodes from the records to determine which variables they point to. The primordial power that differentiated itself from the void. The power of light. Yes, light. Records. Hyperborea. This is horrendously complicated. After all that, I'm still missing a few variables. I need to think this through again. How do you think it looks, Polonia? Like the frenzied scrawlings of a madwoman? Fine, keep it to yourself. It's not like you can talk anyway. I'll assume you gave it a passing grade. I jest. But true madness does often start with trying to save the world. What would Arlecchino and Columbina think if they saw this incomprehensible hen scratch? They'd probably have me institutionalized. So would Rosaline. She's been dead for a while now. When I close my eyes and think back, I can still see her face. And that enormous dress she used to wear. Such a bizarre choice. What possessed her? Oh, and the clack-clack of those heels used to drive me insane. No one's asking me, obviously, but I hope you all know that I never wanted to save the world. I'm not crazy. I don't have delusional ambitions, and that's a clinical fact. The world needs a solution, but I don't need the world's validation. It's the world begging me for answers, not the other way around.
Tea time? War nicht da normalerweise auch eine Treppe nach oben? Oh Gott. Ja, 3:34 Uhr nebenbei. Ich wollte eigentlich jetzt schon längst Schluss gemacht haben. Ja. Kommt nicht ganz hin. Na gut. Prepare Tea. Den Riesenhänden macht er das. Take out Refreshments. Prepare Tea. Wie macht er das mit den Riesenhänden? Wo hat das Wasser hergeholt? Wird das erhitzt? Und so weiter und so fort. Und sie kann als Puppe trotzdem Tee trinken? Interessant. That Refreshments. Glückskekse, wirklich? Okay. Interessant.
Oh, cookies to go with the tea. Let's see. They must be from that person who brought those documents. I see they're from Hotel de Boer. Something's written on the box. We are proud to present this homage to the Fortress of Meropede's fun-filled mill collection system. Fortune cookies. Have a lucky start to your day. Sounds like a dumb gimmick to me. Be early to bed and early to rise. Get plenty of sun and drink plenty of water. Then things will surely go well for you. What? Are you kidding me? Somehow I doubt that an early night and a glass of water is magically gonna save a world on the brink of existential peril.
Oh mein Gott. Szenenwechsel nach einer Stunde.
Lady Arlecchino, word has reached us that Lady Marionette's troops are all in position. They are ready to act as soon as the order is given.
Excellent.
The only thing is, they are fewer in number than we expected. It looks like many of them must have lost their lives at the hand of the monsters released by the Doctor.
Can't be helped. Allow them to join our ranks and keep in contact.
As you wish.
Okay. Was zum Fick ist da hinten los?
Laid bare.
Und auf einmal hat Dottore einen fucking Disco-Dom gebaut. Ich sehe die Karte nicht. Scheiße. Wo zum Fick bin ich denn hier jetzt? Da ist noch so ein riesiger Dom. Ah, cool, Hauptsache. Kann ich mit denen hier reden? Ich meine, es sind immer noch irgendwo normale Arbeiter. Ist ja nicht irgendwo die eine Ische? Die mit dem Horn von den Lauma-Leuten von Heasy Island. Ich sehe sie gerade zumindest nicht. Ob ich wohl den Teleport aktivieren kann? Ich will sogar fast behaupten, dass ich hier vielleicht sogar Pause machen könnte, oder? Nein! Ach komm.
It's been a while, Arlecchino. You look well.
Und komplett random taucht Child auf. Okay. Ajax, what the fuck?
Did Dottore really have to build his lab right on the sole path between Snezhnaya and Krai? Had to go on a huge detour to stay out of its line of sight.
Sounds like an arduous journey. I assume you've brought word from Her Majesty?
Of course, all part of the job. Firstly, the Tsaritsa has authorized Fatui Internal Affairs to review Dottore's case. They will reach a formal verdict on whether he has turned traitor and whether he poses a threat to Snezhnaya. While they're working on that, I've been ordered to come and receive the refugees from Krai.
They are nearby. My team will escort you to them shortly.
Great. Aside from that, Her Majesty has a message for you and Sandrone personally. Huh? Where is Sandrone?
She stayed behind to work since I was making the trip anyway. It seemed sensible to have one person on standby at base while the other came out to meet you.
All right, guess that's just how she rolls. In that case, tell her that the Tsaritsa's decree this time is pretty awesome sounding. I think she'll like this one. Still, I wonder what... Wait, what's that? Did one of our troops turn into a monster?
Take him out.
Random Alkino Child Trial, okay.
Transfixed. You can run,
Wird sie da nicht
but you
meinen?
can't hide.
Wahrscheinlich nicht, oder? Machen wir so. Hat er ihn gerade
You've gotten
überstehen?
stronger, Arlecchino. Nice.
Stop that right now. I appreciate the praise, but I am not fighting you today.
I knew it.
Wow. Okay, er ist immer noch kampfsüchtig. Habe ich gerade theoretisch meinen? Ja, habe ich.
Everlasting as the moon.
Egal.
Laid bare.
Mhm. Ist das gerade immun gewesen? Ja, echt keinen Schaden macht. Sie einfach doppelt so viel Schaden machte. Oh Mann.
I can't believe it. He was a living, breathing human one moment, and the next.
Another fine piece of work by our dear colleague, I'm afraid.
What in the world has been going on in Krai?
A lot. But long story short, Dottore stole 2 moon marrows that should have belonged to Columbina, then built a 3rd moon marrow of his own to concentrate the Trilunar Authority in his hands.
What? What do you mean he built a moon marrow? People build roads and houses, not moon marrows. What's his next DIY project? He's gonna build a god?
You could stand to be less surprised. We are harbingers. The work we are engaged in makes the creation of gods seem mundane by comparison.
Well. Jeder hat vergessen, was in Sumeru war. Dank Irmensol und so. Ich frage mich, ob noch irgendwie aufgeklärt wird, ob Skara wieder auftaucht und denen das alles noch irgendwie erzählt. Sehr interessant.
I tell everyone who asks that you once crossed swords with Rex Lapis while serving as a key supporter for Rosaline's plan. But right now, you're acting like a common adventurer.
Thanks for speaking up for me. Those two really took me for a ride back then. Then again, surely no common adventurer would manage to get tangled up with them the way I did. That's gotta count in my favor, right?
It almost sounds like you wish to repeat the experience. I might have to lower my opinion of you.
No. I'll stop talking. Please, go on.
Dottore is currently still experimenting with his newfound power in ways that continue to corrode the outside world. As for the human mutation, I believe this is simply a consequence of his experiments, and not a strategic move. That radiant beast was once a subordinate of Sandrone's. I suspect he was only allowed to live so that he could become an experimental subject. Also, those of us who fought Dottore have been afflicted with a curse. As such, I cannot leave Krai.
This is so much worse than I thought. No wonder Her Majesty's decree is so extreme. While these exceptional circumstances persist, the Harbingers are hereby authorized to use unilateral executive powers. Should Dottore pose a threat, Arlecchino and Sandrone are permitted to eliminate him.
My thanks to Her Majesty. I will pass these good tidings on to Sandrone.
Her Majesty has also declared that she will refrain from launching an attack on the now evacuated Krai due to the presence of unretrieved research material.
A wise decision.
By the way, how's my old partner doing? I'm assuming they're with you?
Partner? You mean the Traveler? I'm afraid I have bad news. She was captured after our failed assault on Dottore's lab. Her whereabouts are currently unknown.
What? Why? Since when does Dottore have a bone to pick with her?
That is indeed the question. I'm not sure he does. He must have some other goal in mind.
This won't do. I have to rescue her.
You can't. We have no idea where the Traveler is.
What am I supposed to do then? Stand here twiddling my thumbs?
Sandrone is working on it. The best thing you can do right now is complete your mission.
Fine. I guess I'll leave this to you then.
One last thing. Tell the Rooster to get the message out to the gods and citizens of every nation in Teyvat. Beware. An uncontrollable pollution is spreading forth from Krai. The source of that pollution is a madman drunk on the success of his experiments. The Fatui and our allies will endeavor to contain the threat. However, if Krai falls, things are likely to escalate. Considering Dottore is one of our own, all Fatui stationed in Krai consider it our duty to stay and fight him to the bitter end. Whatever the cost.
Hey, don't be too pessimistic. If it comes to it, I'm sure Her Majesty won't stand by and do nothing.
I hope you're right.
Jetzt will ich eine riesige Teyvat-Schlacht sehen, wo die Archons zusammenkommen.
You're right on time.
Thanks. Hey, do you think I'll get that gliding exam exemption?
Wow.
I made sure I was on my best behavior in Mondstadt. I landed well outside the city and walked in through the gates.
I'll help you apply, don't worry. For now, let's see what we have here.
What are the Doctor's energy fields even made from? The usual attract and repel principles that govern Kuvaki don't seem to apply to them.
Ich finde schön, dass das seine einzigen Bedenken gerade sind. Aber okay, ist das dein Default-Skin, den er gerade da anhat? Naja.
They are very mysterious. But ultimately, they appear to be comprised of energies from the 3 realms. Thanks to research by Master in the Hexen Circle, we know that Teyvat's 7 elements are derived from the more primordial power of the Light Realm, which is antagonistic with the power of the Void Realm. Since you have the power of the Dragon Durin within you, I'm sure you can already tell that this energy field contains no abyssal energy.
That's true. It's not abyssal energy. It's something pure, wild, and untamed.
I've been thinking about something. Do you still remember the device that Dory supplied from the Academia when you and Miss Columbina fought Rarier? That was one of the most marvelous feats of ingenuity I've ever seen. The design, the craftsmanship, the material selection. I couldn't fault any of it. Not to mention the operating principles. Surely the most ingenious feature of all. Dory didn't go into detail on how it functions, but I have a working theory. The clue was that Miss Columbina was somehow able to use the pyro energy that you provided, despite the fact that, as a moon goddess, she should only be able to use light realm energy in principle. Now, all elemental energy is, of course, derived from light realm energy to begin with. Hence, I suspect that the device works by restoring elemental energy to its original state. This presumes a theoretical model of the 7 elements akin to that of light refracted through a prism. Perhaps it is no mere analogy. Maybe there is indeed a prism in this model. I almost wonder if the idea for the device was conceived based on direct observations of said prism. It would explain how such an ironclad design concept was achieved. It is at once a masterwork of engineering and a groundbreaking application of the Academia's latest elemental theories. I suspect only Lesser Lord Kusanali herself could have devised such an ambitious technology. But back to the energy field before us. If this is pure light realm energy, its relation to elemental energy is one of integration versus division. Or you could say that the former contains the latter. Could this mean that elemental energy can dilute the power of the light realm?
Should we give it a try?
We should.
Ha! It works!
Clear signs of disruption were detected at the periphery of the energy field. This indicates that elemental energy can disturb or even negate the field. Now you try.
All right, here goes. It's working!
Switch to abyssal energy and attack again. No surprises there. Abyssal power drains the energy field to a significantly greater extent. I now feel confident in asserting that the energy field is indeed pure light realm energy, and that elemental energy can dilute it.
But the energy field is huge! How much elemental energy will it take to neutralize it?
We don't have to neutralize it completely. We can try other approaches. That's all for theory. Would you like to continue watching?
So you knew I was here?
Huh? When did you get here?
A while ago. But Albedo sounded like he was working on his thesis defense back there. Back in Sumeru. You can end a person's whole career by interrupting them mid-speech.
Very thoughtful of you. I'm truly touched. Could I ask you to lend me a hand?
With what?
A little test. Try using Animo to unleash a concentrated assault with circular blades, with the goal of breaking through at a singular point.
Nice! This time it tore through the field.
Tremendous. This is a major breakthrough.
Should we go through?
We probably shouldn't risk having mutually antagonistic energies in such close proximity. Durin, you stay here and watch the entrance. Hat Guy and I will go in to investigate.
Sounds sensible to me. Keep your eyes peeled, Durin.
Don't worry, I got this. You two be careful in there. Just give me the signal if you need help and I'll dive right in.
What do you mean, signal?
It's based on a new alchemical concoction I developed last month. When 2 bottles of it are smashed on the ground together, they emit a blinding burst of light. If it comes to that, remember to shield your eyes with your hat.
Glad I asked. Thanks for the heads up.
Moment. Ich bin gerade dabei, meine Brille zu putzen. Beziehungsweise herauszufinden, wo der Dreck da sitzt. Sag mal, sitzt der genau in der Rille zwischen Gestell und Brille? Ist er weg? Ja, ich glaube, er ist weg. Gut, Brille aufsetzen. Ich habe gerade mal kurz drauf geschielt. Die Quest geht noch Minimum eine halbe Stunde. Bis 20 nach 4. Minimum. Eher halb 5. Könnt ihr jetzt pausieren wahrscheinlich. Ich könnte aber auch sagen, ich sehe es jetzt durch. Hatte ich meine Dailies gemacht? Ich komme nicht mal in Menüs rein. Wenn ich hier bin. Kannst nur abbrechen. Aber ich hatte meine Dailies gemacht, oder? Bin ich mir relativ sicher. Und wieso muss ich mit Albedo und Scarra losgehen? Albedo und Duran hätte ich verstanden, aber nicht Albedo und Scarra. Aber okay. Wieso kann ich eigentlich... Ich kann die Kamera nicht rausnehmen, weil das ganze Rad sich gar nicht öffnet. Deswegen habe ich das Problem die ganze Zeit. Enter Energy Field. Oh, das ist dumm.
Beyond a certain distance, we can't see the opening where we came in. Maybe that's to prevent people from escaping.
Sounds like Dottore style to me.
Aber hier drin ist alles normal, oder was?
Not much has changed. Things are basically the same here as they were before the energy field appeared.
Okay. Sind auch NPCs hier drin? Ja, aber die sind alle Boden. Wo kommt die Äxte her auf einmal?
They have no heartbeat and they're not breathing. We can only assume they're dead. But there are no visible wounds. Also, there's an animal squatting next to each body.
It's watching us. That's not an animal's gaze.
What are you trying to tell us?
Doesn't seem eager to talk. I guess maybe it's just an animal after all.
Let's keep looking around.
Entweder hat Dottore aus den Tiere gemacht oder hat die Seelen an Tiere gebunden. Ich meine, jeder hat hier wirklich ein Tier. Sind das alles NPCs, die hier vorher rumstanden, die jetzt auch tot sind, mit denen ich mehr reden kann jetzt, theoretisch? Eventuell. Interessant. Hier ist auch der Teleporter. Ich meine, jeder hat ein Tier.
Behold.
Na gut. Whatever. Das sind mehr als die normalerweise hier wären, aber okay.
Same situation everywhere. Not a living soul in sight. Just countless bodies with animals standing watch over them.
Well, I think we can safely rule out the possibility that they're all pets.
Is skirting around the topic your way of showing consideration for other people's feelings?
Just being cautious. I don't doubt that you can handle the truth.
Aha.
The wind rises.
Muss ich hier hoch? Nö. Zurück. Doop-di-doop-di-doo.
Careful.
Soll der Sound hier verzerrt sein?
Please. Help us. Please.
Over there. I hear a voice.
Soll das so sein? Ich trau meinen Kopfhörer nicht mehr.
Please. Help us. Please.
What happened here?
I don't know. Suddenly, everyone collapsed. Then my line of sight got lower. I still have some of my senses left. I gotta get out of here.
It looks like there's a huge experiment going on inside this energy field. Maybe each energy field is its own giant experiment. Vile.
He's swapping human minds with those of animals. Even without the other circumstances, this would be an extremely radical experiment. Those people may have lost their sense of selves, but they are not fully animals either. If they were, they would have left. But instead, their instincts are driving them to remain by their dead bodies.
We should go. No sense in sticking around here longer than we need to.
Agreed.
Gott, ist Dottore ein kranker Bastard. Muss echt selber zurücklaufen. Oh wow. Hat der schon immer diese zwei Turbo-Dinger? Glaube ja, aber okay. Ah, die haben keine Dinger. Das ist für eine dumme Glocke andauernd.
Behold, upon the gale.
Lift Energy Field.
Ah, you're back! Everything okay?
We saw some things that take a strong stomach. Otherwise, we're fine.
We should share our findings with the others.
Yes? Who is it?
Miss Nefer, it's me, Albedo. We found a way to break through the energy fields. With enough control, it's possible to tear them open using elemental energy. Also, we managed to take a look inside. Dottore is carrying out his cruel experiments on an immense scale. Any residents who have failed to evacuate in time will likely meet a grisly end.
Sounds like he's living down to our expectations.
Might I ask how things are proceeding on your end?
I'm just about to get started. I'll be in touch once I have a result.
Understood. Stay safe.
I will.
Well, Nefer, I'll link up with you once my tasks are complete.
What makes you think I'd need you to do that?
I'll need it. And considering the way you approach certain matters, I think you'll be better off with me present.
Let's begin. Entering simulation mode. A vast wasteland. Is this the Traveler's inner world? I was expecting something more vibrant, to be honest. Wait, someone's there.
What are you looking at? In that case, I'll look at it with you. I want to know all about everything you've seen and experienced. Is there somewhere I should return to? Or should I stay here and be the hero everyone says I am? I don't dislike my current life. Roaming the land, fighting battles, accomplishing missions, earning a living, looking after Paimon. It's not so bad. I guess the only thing that's missing is that you're not here with me.
This is the conscious layer, which contains a person's true feelings. It is filled with both longing and kindness.
I suppose anyone who lives long enough ends up wishing for someone who can't be there. Maybe it's the only way we can feel truly alive.
Time to delve a little deeper.
Geil. Und dann habe ich ein Daily Reset und darf meine Gems einsammeln. Aber jetzt sehen wir das neue Icon. Es ist jetzt Columbine. Yay. Beim ersten Mal hat sie sogar noch was gesagt, glaube ich. Ich war kurzzeitig raus.
Nasha Town is hardly the optimal choice for a place to live, but it has character and a reasonable population density.
What are you trying to say?
Oh, don't be nervous. I was just thinking where might make a good starting point for your journey. Perhaps I should send you further afield. Conria, perhaps.
Conria ceased to exist long ago.
Once again, you fail to understand the possibilities that the Tri-Lune creates. Anything that has existed in the past, I can now recreate. You simply do not wish to see that happen. That might be because you miss your sibling and fear getting answers that you are not ready to learn. But this is not for me to judge. If we are to collaborate, we need to maintain an amicable relationship. In a moment, you will be able to...
Oh no.
What are you... What are you gonna do?
Don't move. Something unwanted has crept into... Oh? Gone as quickly as it came.
Did you save me?
If I hadn't cut the connection, Dottore might have caught you from the other side and destroyed you. This was a good idea, but once is plenty. You were exceptionally brave. Excellent work.
Thanks, but now's not the time for that.
Albedo speaking.
I think I know where she is.
What is this endless darkness? I can't see anything, even though my eyes are wide open. But why? What happened?
Ah, sorry about that. I take it you didn't notice. Just now, a friend of yours took a little peek into your mind.
Could it be Nefer? How did she do it? Did she use something as a medium to connect to me?
Do you think she's aware of your current circumstances? Oh dear. Have I stunned you into silence? I only wanted to slow down your time a little so I could stop your intruder in her tracks. It would have been nice to capture the spy. I must say, I'm finding the ability to adjust the flow of time rather intriguing. The moment you closed your eyes, time seemed to grow impossibly viscous, didn't it? A whole month passed before you opened your eyes again, but only for you. No one else was affected. I dare say this is something only a god can achieve.
Point taken. You've proven once again that you have god-tier powers.
Oh, you misunderstand. This wasn't about proving a point. I was testing things out. I find I learn best by doing, and I have to admit, time is not the easiest dimension to control. I only wanted to make you sleep for a short while, but it ended up lasting a whole month. Clearly some finesse is required to wield the authority over time as I wish. I hope you're not angry with me. It was only a month's discrepancy, nothing too serious. Had I been off by a year, a decade, or even a century, that would have been quite a different story.
You could have frozen me for millions of years. So much for collaboration. You aren't showing much sincerity.
Millions of years? To what end? I wonder if you don't understand humans all that well. They are very pragmatic creatures who understand only that which they can perceive with their senses. If I had you sit here for a week, I imagine people might sympathize. But if I left you here for 100, 1,000, or 10,000 years, the sheer size of that number would cause it to lose all meaning to them. They would not have the capacity to comprehend your suffering, and thus they could not empathize. Unfortunately, while gods do exist in Tevat, it is ordinary humans that account for most of the population. Their lifespans are so limited, their bodies so fragile. Did you ever really hope that they could begin to understand someone like you? Your long life and unique origins make you fundamentally different from them. How long will it be before they start to treat you like the alien you are? Before you are ostracized, outcast?
Alien.
Even I feel bad for you sometimes. This world has made you into a slave. So many times you have served its will, and not once have the powers that be ever thought to grant you the one simple thing you wish for. You have been treated most unfairly. I can change that. I will grant you special privileges and give you back the status you rightly deserve as a descender.
Aha, okay. Tell me more. Szenenwechsel.
I've entered the past 3 times at this point, but I still have so many questions. For instance, beyond each point being further back in time than the last, what determines the specific locations at which I can make entry? So far, the common thread linking all 3 scenarios is that the Traveler has been present. But it's more than that. I know I sensed something familiar around her. What was it? I'll keep this question in mind as I carry on.
Humans, you never change. Always trying to use powers you neither comprehend nor control.
This looks like Star Sand Shoal. Was this before Rerir regained his physical form?
You've messed with the cannon again, huh? Sorry, but this round's not gonna go your way.
The cannon. That's right. I was at Silvermoon Hall and I sensed an abnormal Kuvaki fluctuation coming from Nasha Town. And right after that, came an ominous power emanating from Star Sand Shoal.
My body was once torn into countless pieces and hurled into the swirling chaos of time itself. But even so, my life and will were not extinguished.
I wonder if I could try to prevent his resurrection. But how would I do it? What can I do, here and now?
Traveler! Behind you! Look at that light!
No, I won't make it in time. She's using the Kuvaki shield like I taught her. Is she gonna use it to block the cannon's beam? She's strong. I'm sure she can manage. But the force released when the beam impacts the shield might lead to collateral damage. Easy Island. The Frost Moon Scions will be exposed to lethal levels of Kuvaki.
A question, if I may. Kind Miss Columbina. When the cannon's Kuvaki beam was deflected earlier, I saw several bolts of energy streak toward Hisi Island, only to be blocked. Did you also have a hand in that?
Maybe that really was me after all. Well, future me. But I don't know if I have enough power left.
Sigi sato pasa sax, sniti ipotuftos.
There's no time.
Osestikos paratin tiram to risuiku, to pirto aithion feraton.
I have to make it. Oh, Frost Moon. Oh, great land. Oh, slumbering moonlight of Krai. If you can hear me, if you can sense my call, then please, heed me once more!
Okay. Button smashing.
Did it work?
Anscheinend hat's gewirkt.
Hey, wake up. Hey, did you hear me? Columbina, I said wake up now!
Oh, good morning, Sandrone.
It's 3 in the afternoon, actually. And could you kindly not use my quarters as your personal nap room next time?
But I feel so safe here. And your coffee, right? It's so bitter, but it smells lovely.
like you were raised by wolves in a forest or something. What did you drink growing up? Grass tea?
The Frost Moon Scions certainly led a more frugal existence than the Fatui.
Then I'll bet you've never eaten one of these before.
It smells delicious.
That's because it's a Fontanian recipe. I had a little free time today, so I made a batch. Rosaline will be here shortly, but if you really can't wait, I guess you can go ahead and... Hey, at least let me finish before you start eating! Did the Frost Moon Scions not teach you basic table manners? Or did the rules not apply to you because you're the high and mighty moon goddess?
These are so tasty.
Of course they are. I made them.
I was worried they might contain traces of machine oil.
What? You know, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. Why did you leave your old home and join the Fatui? I mean, I'm sure their food was awful. But there's gotta be more to it than that.
Well, life there didn't go quite how I imagined.
What were you expecting? You're a god. Your followers are gonna make some demands of you, right? Surely you can just answer a few prayers here and there in return for the free food and drink. How bad can it be?
Well, would you help other people just for free food and drink? The doctor told me that you were created by a great mechanic, Lord something Fisher.
The Lord Artificer. Ugh, some people can't keep their mouths shut.
Oh, Lord Artificer. And didn't he have something to do with the, narcissist?
Narcissenkreuz Ordo.
Yes, that was it. Narcissenkreuz Ordo. So, would you try to fulfill their wishes?
You must be joking. I wouldn't go even if they paid me. I don't even know them.
Exactly. Well, I felt the same way. I did not know the people who made demands of me.
Huh. What do you know? We're on the same page for once. In his later years, Alain did ask me if there was anything I wanted to do. If I had any wishes of my own. Well, I don't. And I'm not in any mood to fulfill someone else's either.
Who's Alain?
He was the... You know what? Never mind. You're not gonna remember. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is, neither of us is the self-sacrificing type. Let me ask you this. What sort of place would you like to live in, if you could choose?
A place where people don't ask me for things I cannot give them. Where they don't worship me, or fear me, but just want to chat with me like a normal person. I'd also like the freedom to come and go as I please. And ideally, it would be somewhere with the smell of coffee and snacks.
Not to burst your bubble, but no such place exists in the world. Now, take your snacks and scram.
Did I pass out? Of course. I'm back here again. I dreamed of events from my past. Sandrone. Traveler. I miss you all so much. Back there. I guess I managed to harness all the Kuvaki energy on Hisi Island. But how did I do it? Time is flowing backwards here, and I can use that familiar power to enter the world of the past. That mystery ally everyone talked about. It was me all along. I can sense that there isn't much more power remaining up ahead. What lies at the end of all of this? Will time keep flowing into the past? And will I ever find my way back?
Wehe, ich muss gleich wieder dämliche Federn einsammeln. Ich muss sie einsammeln, oder?
It's getting harder and harder to use my power.
Mhm.
I'm no match for the abyss in this state. I need to avoid the contaminated fragments.
Das war mies. Au. Jetzt wird's nervig.
Time to go. I wonder where I'll find myself this time.
An einem Leuchtturm. Seht langsam mal fertig.
The Final Night Cemetery. This is where Flint's is based.
Or not! How are we supposed to read through this many files?
Difficult, yes, but it is also our most efficient option.
Seems like they're searching for information. Oh, I remember. Flint's and Varga talked about some files on the Wild Hunt. Was this my doing too?
To expose the true intentions of this Rereer, we need to dive into Krai's history.
Are my actions changing the past? Or are they simply completing a process? Is all of this inevitable? Or am I the one making these decisions? If I choose not to help them now, will it change how things turn out?
Hope we don't land on our heads then.
They're my friends. I can't not help them.
Ghost!
And the other one was... here.
Hey! Another file's moving!
That should do it. Luanatar? You can sense my presence? Wait! Luanatar. So she's that familiar presence I've been sensing all along. She's always been by the Traveler's side. That explains why the Traveler has been there each time I've entered the past. But why Luanatar? Is it because she has a connection to me as the Moon Goddess's familiar? If so, why not any other Kuhenki? That's...
Ich habe das Gefühl, Luanatar ist im Endeffekt Columbina in irgendeiner Art und Weise.
I cannot sense any power up ahead. Just a void, stretching out into infinity. This is likely my final chance to enter the past. It's now or never. I have to find a way back. Easy Island? How far back in time is this? Where's Luanatar? I can't sense her presence this time.
Oh, seeing Anafa and Aino reunited like that sure was heartwarming.
Traveler, Paimon. No, stay calm. I don't have much power left to change things. I don't even have that much time left here. Think, Columbina. How do I find a way back? A way back... to where? Do I go back to Moonprayer Night? Or to the future that followed? And if I return in my current state, what will become of me then? Dottoro's actions that day proved that he'd been planning that for a long time. He had already seized the power of 2 moon marrows before capturing me. Even if I managed to get back, how can I fight against him when he wields the Tri-Lune Authority? I can't. If I go back like this, I'll be playing right into his hands. I have to find some way of rivaling the power he has usurped. Wait. Time flowing backwards. The Tri-Lune Authority. Does that mean... I think I know what the final destination of this lunar reflection might be. I know what I must do.
Speaking of homes, we must already be close to where the Frost Moon Scions live. The vibe here feels different, just like the scenery.
But how do I communicate my plan to my friends? Should I write it down here? No, someone else will see it. I need something with a close connection to me. Something I can use as a medium to tell them what's happened to me in here. Now it makes sense.
Ich sag's ja.
Hey, what was that? I feel like some sort of breeze blew by, and then the petals suddenly turned into... Huh?
It was I who brought Luanatar into being. I gave up a piece of my own soul to create her. That's why I could sense a familiar power from the moment I entered this space. It also explains why she's been present in every past location that I've entered. Because we have a deep connection.
Hey there! What's your name?
And the reason why there are no more gates to the past after this point is that Luanatar hadn't been born then. No wonder I sensed the trace of a blessing when we first met. But I still didn't recognize the soul hidden within you. Back then, I was just a little lost dove. I had yet to become Columbina Hyposelenia.
Go on now. We've got stuff to do. Best you find someone else to hang out with.
Hey, you scared it off.
I'll be counting on you. Remember to stay by the traveler's side, guide her, and help her in my stead. Oh, and bring her to the garden where the Moonprayer blossoms grow. There's a little lost dove there who will need her help. Go on. You too. Go and live your story. As for mine must go in a different direction.
Traveler on a Winter's Night. Act 7 complete. Oh boy. 4:30. Ja.
How would you like to experience the thrill of never being held accountable for your actions? You could crush people like ants without consequence, or tear off their heads or limbs as you please. Believe me, such a life is but one small step away.
What point is he trying to make? Freedom? But the freedom to kill? To do evil and get away with it? Why would you offer me that?
The creation of a world is the ultimate scientific experiment. I have taken my research to the highest level, where I shall be not just a god, but also a servant to many sacred spirits. I shall heed the truth and perform holy deeds. A god's laboratory is the perfect playground, but it needs the right occupant to explore its full potential. Mortals are found everywhere one looks. Not so with Descenders. I'd prefer my first guest to be a distinguished individual such as yourself. And I know you could make the most of the opportunities it offers.
So the condition for entering the new world is to take innocent lives. The same dilemma that Rerir once faced. Could I really bring myself to kill others for my own benefit? Rerir did. And look where it got him.
Have you made up your mind?
I can't do it. Your playground is no place for me. You're putting your hopes in the wrong person. But we both know I'm not quite the hero you say I am either. I have my own reasons for the journey I'm on. And they aren't all selfless.
You've grown a lot since we last met. But there are still things you are unwilling to compromise on. This will only hinder you. Why don't I lower my requirements a little as a gesture of goodwill? I'll give you a little time to learn to be a less noble soul. That'll make things much easier for you.
I really doubt I could live that sort of life.
And yet you already sound less defiant than a moment ago. The benefits appeal to you because you can read the signs of the times. Why don't we return to my research facility? Your last visit was so rushed. There is much that I have yet to show you. Now to that question,
Heroes don't attack from behind. Guess I'm no hero.
This is most disappointing. Now then. A new face. Interesting.
Okay. Ach, und jetzt muss ich wieder selber klicken. Okay. That guy, how did you get here?
You're still gonna call me Hack Guy after that, huh?
Du came all the way just to save me? Ich würde dich auch lieber Skara oder so nennen, aber okay.
I didn't see anyone else in there who needed saving.
Thank you so much. Fair point. You just caught me by surprise. Thank you. Wait, you're injured?
It's nothing. I'll be fine. Why are you looking at me like that? Is it that shocking that I'd come to your rescue?
Ich meine, er ist eine Puppe. Eigentlich dürfte er nicht mehr so viel merken, oder? I'm more shocked that you caught the doctor off guard.
I owed you a favor back in Sumeru. Now we're even. Distracting Dotori was tough. I won't lie. He's not gonna fall for the same trick twice. That was my one shot. I'd hoped to use it to take him out. Ugh. I never wanted to obliterate someone more than I do right now. Dotori doesn't recognize me, but his segments were originally made based on an analysis of my operational principles. I expect it's only a matter of time before he figures out what I am.
So Dotori doesn't recognize Wanderer because he deleted himself from Irminsul. Did he really miss his only chance for revenge by saving me?
Why the long face? Hey, I'm not blaming you, okay? And I'm not complaining either. Rescuing you and killing Dotori are equally important goals. Everyone would be pretty stuck without you. It's best you live to fight another day.
How are you holding up? Are you alright? Hat Guy said to put safety first, so we agreed to run as far away as we could after leaving the energy field, and only meet up once it was safe.
You don't look injured. It seems that Dotori didn't do anything to you.
Yeah, I'm fine, guys. Thanks.
Alright. Rescue operation complete. Let's head back. There's a lot more work to be done before this is over.
Okay. Not Wreck a Moon. Act 8. True Moon started. Picken. Check the quest log. Bitte, kann ich mal Pause machen? Was soll der Scheiß? Lass mich doch jetzt... Es ist 4:30.
Understood. I will bear the Tsaritsa's decree in mind.
Wenn ich jetzt einfach das Spiel beende, was passiert dann im Worst Case? Ich mach das jetzt einfach. Die Quest hat gerade angefangen, die können mich ja nicht jetzt nochmal da durchschicken. Höchstens durch die Sequenz mit Skara. Und die klicke ich sonst morgen einfach weiter. So. Klicken. Hier schließen. So. Wo lande ich jetzt gleich? Wenn ich in der Cutscene lande, kriege ich eine Krise. Also, ganz im Ernst, die Quests sind wirklich sehr schlecht durchdacht von der reinen Spielbarkeit. Wirklich. Und das geht seit Anfang Nordkrai so. Ich weiß nicht, was die sich mal denken. Oder gedacht haben. Aber gut. Wobei, ich werde jetzt wahrscheinlich wieder in die Sequenz reingeladen, oder? Bestimmt, oder? Ich darf nicht rumlaufen, oder? Ich will wieder rumlaufen können. Natürlich lädt es automatisch.
Understood. I will bear the Tsaritsa's decree in mind.
Okay. Ich lasse ganz jetzt so weiterlaufen, bis ich raus kann. Aber gut. Spätestens um 5 vor muss eigentlich Schluss sein. Na gut.
I don't see what's so awesome about it, though. Does he really think everyone else is as immature as him? I'm not stooping to Tartaglia's level.
I thought you might say that. How's your progress?
Quite promising, actually. That alchemist Albedo gave me a few ideas. Remember how I asked you to look up some files for me? That stuff on the Nachtschitzenkreuz Institute. René de Petrichor and Jakob Ingold. Alain Guillotin despised René's theories and methods, but he never managed to come up with better alternatives either. So I adopted some of René's ideas.
I thought Alain was like a father to you. He and René were mortal enemies, were they not?
And what would you say if Linny and his friends one day learned something useful from someone you utterly detested?
I would applaud them for it. That would mean that they have surpassed me.
For all we know, Alain Giltan might have thought the same thing. Not that it matters, though. He's dead, and I'm alive. So it's my call to make. Once you die, it doesn't matter how great you were in life. Only the living get to decide what happens next.
Hey, come on out. They're back.
Huh? You're back? And your head's still screwed on? And you still have all your limbs?
What does it look like? Way to keep your composure, madam.
Excuse you. I am perfectly composed.
Hey everyone, I'm back.
Glad you're okay. Yes, it's a huge relief.
Sorry for making you all worry.
Worry? Oh, yeah, right. You think we, the Fatui, were worried about you?
We were worried sick.
Hey!
The Traveler and I were already friends. You are free to join this mission in whatever capacity you please. Much like your tea parties.
It's a laugh a minute with you guys.
I must say, I was quite surprised when Mr. Albedo told me he would need no additional aid.
We discussed this on our way back as well. I am rarely so unequivocal, but in this case, we had full confidence in Hat Guy.
He said he knew what he was doing. Albedo and I pretty much had to just wait outside on standby. Meanwhile, Hat Guy broke into the energy field and rescued the Traveler solo.
You didn't have to mention that.
Well, I'm thoroughly impressed. You are a force to be reckoned with, Hat Guy.
Is she back? Is she really back?
Paimon!
Traveler! It's really you!
It's really me, Paimon. I'm back.
Oh, thank goodness! Paimon missed you so much!
You can finally breathe easy, Paimon.
It's great to have you back in one piece! Oh, Paimon's been having nightmares the whole time you were gone!
Look at them. You know, once you reach my age, there's nothing better than watching a misty-eyed reunion between friends.
It's nothing. Same goes when you get to my age, too. I bet Ino and Anefa would be tearing up as well if they were here.
Varka, I'm not sure Anefa can cry.
Oh, yeah, good point. Hey, your eyes are looking a little red and puffy. Come here, let's hug it out.
Okay, das ist ein bisschen weird, wenn man bedenkt, dass er schon bestimmt in seinen... Ja, keine Ahnung. Ich würde sagen, äußerlich Mitte 30, aber er soll ja älter sein, also wahrscheinlich schon Anfang 40. Also, wenn das jetzt quasi eine, ich sag mal, 18-Jährigen sagt, okay. Naja. Ich meine, ich weiß, wie es gemeint ist, aber trotzdem, das können wir falsch auffassen.
What? Ew, no. No, thank you. You're not my dad, okay? Knock it off!
Everyone, I'm sorry for all the trouble I caused you. But the silver lining is, I didn't come away from this ordeal empty-handed. While I was being held captive, I learned a lot about Dottoro's current capabilities and what he plans to do with them. Allow me to explain.
The three moon goddesses were even more powerful than we imagined. No wonder Dottore believes himself to be equal to the gods, maybe even superior.
Utter blasphemy.
While everyone was gone, Nefer and I made an interesting discovery. And I believe Miss Sandrone has something to share too. Ma'am, perhaps you could do the honors?
Sandrone experienced familiar situation and shares
Called
plot.
it. Getting rid of a pesky troublemaker like her is like trying to clean up after a crumbly cake. It always comes back to haunt you.
Columbine is alive? I know she wouldn't give up.
Our next step is to find a way to bring her back.
A place where time flows backwards, with no destination in sight. Surely it must have been created for a specific purpose. But I fear the answers are buried deep in Tevat's history, held by great powers beyond our reach.
It sounds like she's on a specific path through time, just traveling in the opposite direction to us. The question is, where does that path lead? Or will it keep going to infinity?
We considered that question as well. Strictly speaking, time is not infinite.
Indeed not. Every road has an end.
Nicole! You sure love quietly sneaking in mid-conversation.
I do, in fact. It's something I've always done at our mages' tea parties. Quiet, mysterious, and persuasive. You wonder what lies at the end of her road. Well, just as the world has a beginning and an end, so too does time. And so, the end of the road is the moment that Tevat was born. But where Miss Columbina will end up along this road, that depends on where this particular river of reverse time began.
What about the original moons and the moon goddesses? Do they have a beginning too?
All things do. In the beginning, no moons adorned the sky. It was the Dragon King Nibelung who raised the 3 moons into the heavens, and thus were the moon goddesses born. They were shadows of the planet, born to wield Nibelung's authority and oversee the world on his behalf. They were extensions of his will, manifestations of his majesty. But then one day, they disappeared just as suddenly as they had once been brought into being. Nobody knew where they had gone.
Was soll denn dieser Scheiß? Es wird Quest nach der Quest
Like I
starten.
thought, no more paths back to reality have emerged since. But how can I be sure that I'm going the right way without scenes from reality to keep me on track? I can't even be sure of how long I've been walking for. The further I travel, the less stable this space becomes. There are even moments where I can sense something that feels like abyssal energy. They can just materialize out of thin air. I have to keep my wits about me.
Oh mein Gott, ich kann laufen. Heißt das, ich kann jetzt eventuell aus der Quest rausbrechen? Hat das hier gespeichert? Ja, ich will raus. Let me out of this. Back to story. Die Frage ist, das Gespräch jetzt in der Stube auch noch, oder? Also... ich gucke da jetzt nicht rein. Sollte ich, wenn ich morgen weitermache, morgen weiter aufnehme und so weiter, also Donnerstagabend, sollte ich wieder da im Gespräch sein mit den Leuten, dann werde ich einfach die Aufnahme pausieren wahrscheinlich, bis ich dann wieder da rumstehe mit Columbina und mit ihr laufen kann. Also, das ist ja wirklich echt arschig. Oh Gott. Will ich noch irgendwo reinrennen? Achso, mir fällt gerade ein, ich müsste immer noch die ganzen Leute hier eigentlich mit Jahoda mal checken irgendwann. Aber gut, passt schon. Gut, Daily ist abgeschlossen. Auch ganz nett. Immerhin fühlt sich der Story-Modus an wie ein Story-Modus, aber es ist echt ekelhaft gelöst. Die Exekution ist echt bescheiden. Dispatch Character on. Aha. Jo, alle auf einmal los. Jack Valiant Chronicles Information. Was ist hier dann noch? Achso, jetzt wird Stufe 14 freigeschaltet. Jetzt erst? Mit 3 neuen Gegnern. Void Sea Outlook, not Krai. Wave Chaser Plane, not Krai. Ashwell Peak, not Krai. Ach, das ist raten, dann kommen die auch noch Dorman Port und so dann dazu. Der übrigens nicht im nächsten Patch kommen soll, sondern erst wahrscheinlich dann 6.5. Was fairerweise mehr Sinn macht, jeden zweiten Patch. Aber was ist denn, wann kommt dann der letzte Teil von Krai? In 6.6? Und wann Black Forge und so weiter? Aber okay. Egal. Die hätten aber das Area jetzt aus diesem Patch ein Patch vorher machen müssen. Einfach nur aus Prinzip schon. Aber okay. Right. Achso. Stimmt, jetzt habe ich ja die Quest abgeschlossen. Ist die Frage. Warte mal, ich habe 60 Res und damit kann ich theoretisch einmal den Boss machen gehen. Ich gehe mal hingucken. Kann ja nicht so verkehrt sein. So. Ich weiß jetzt echt nicht, in welche Reihenfolge ich die Skills aktivieren sollte.
Surge. Forest.
Mind the side effect. Stabilize. Remember, health comes first.
Okay. Ich mache sehr wenig Damage irgendwie. Ich glaube, ich nutze auch ihre Skills falsch. Aber egal.
Solidify.
Achso, ja, im Weekend Stack kriegt natürlich mehr Schaden. Da war was.
Branch into song. With one heart, we pray.
The doctor will see you now.
Seems like.
Na, 33 kam noch. Es ist interessant, mit ihr on 4 zu kämpfen, wenn sie die ganze Zeit singt. Oh, das wird noch interessant. Egal, hier ist Original Resin. Yo, ist gut. Man, so oft muss ich die Domäne ja nicht machen nach der Quest. Achso, apropos Quest, ich müsste auch jetzt die Belohnung dafür schon haben, oder? Ja, diese Woche ist Krai angesagt. Rewards Preview. Bullshit, da stand vorher, ich muss Akt 7 abgeschlossen haben, nicht Akt 8. Na gut, egal, brauche ich jetzt ja gerade eh nicht. Sounds Domain. Achso. Das ist für die Boss-Mats, theoretisch können wir es ja vorziehen, wenn man es drauf anlegt. Ist aber jetzt nicht so wichtig. Gut. Dann gehe ich noch darüber. Es ist 10 vor 5. Ich wollte bis halb 4 machen. Ich habe 80 Minuten länger gemacht. Oh boy. Diese Zeitreise-Shenanigans sind jetzt interessant. Die erinnern mich so ein bisschen jetzt eigentlich an Tears of the Kingdom und auch an Dingens eigentlich. Skyward Sword. Es gibt schon noch ganz viele andere Zeitreise-Sachen, wo das ähnlich ist, aber das sind jetzt so die aktuelleren Sachen, die mir einfallen, spontan. Weil Skyward Sword auch schon wieder 15 Jahre her ist. Ach du Scheiße. Gott, vor 5 Jahren kam, glaube ich, das Switch Remaster raus. Bin gespannt, was dieses Jahr zum 40-Jährigen kommt. Also zum 35-Jährigen gab es halt Skyward Sword Remastered. Warte mal, ist das nicht sogar jetzt Anfang Februar wieder? Verdammt, da muss ich mir zum Februar hin ja ein neues Zelda suchen. Das heißt, vor 5 Jahren habe ich Zelda 1 gespielt. Vielleicht spiele ich endlich mal Zelda 2. Einfach aus Prinzip. Na gut, ja, in die Quest kann ich jetzt ja nicht aus Versehen reinrennen. Dann wären es wahrscheinlich 2 Aufnahmen für die, dann werde ich morgen wahrscheinlich die Story abschließen, dann kann ich Freitag mit dem Erkunden anfangen. Eventuell. Wenn ich morgen die Quest wieder so lange durchziehe, mit 4-5 Stunden, dann kann ich Freitag vielleicht sogar einfach doch arbeiten gehen. Ich habe keine Ahnung, weiß ich noch nicht. Muss ich mal gucken. Aber gut, passt schon. Gibt es gerade eigentlich irgendeinen Modus, den ich machen muss? Nö, nicht wirklich, oder? Abyss ist erst morgen. Den habe ich auch jetzt gerade fertig. Stitchin kommt jetzt nächste Woche und Theater ist durch. Gut. Die Achievements übertrage ich morgen. Das mache ich jetzt nicht mehr. Es ist 10 vor 5. Ihr sagt ciao, gute Nacht, adios und ich darf jetzt zweimal fast 3 Stunden zusammenschneiden. Geil. Das sieht interessant aus mit der Taube. Aber okay. Gut. Bis dann. und ciao.